I did some tests last night, and I believe it was working. Might still be. Let me see if it is working. Yes, it is working. I believe you guys can hear music, right?
Yep.
Yay, awesome. I was sort of worried as well last night because I saw that you, Tiger, you were logged in on row 20. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
last
even
night.
remember why I was. I was probably checking something.
I was
You
afraid.
were also logged in like early in the morning. Like I was checking stuff for Dracon, and you were there too.
Yeah. I just forget it. It's because I separate out my browser windows, so it's just in a tab by itself, and it kind of gets disappeared and wanders off.
I was afraid to start playing music, and out of a sudden you would think that your house was haunted or something.
Well, I usually use headphones, so I don't let it blare off into the world.
Well, then you would be surprised as suddenly music started playing.
I would be, but I wouldn't freak out about it.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Things are finally working out now. So, bless you.
Yep.
So now we have music and we're back in Dorf. Last time around, you all went. You made your way to the Wishing Pond after recruiting, quote unquote, some Symphony friends, and you made your way to deep in the Redwoods, wherein you found the cave that you have been through before once ago, some time ago, where you found the Signet of Communion. Now this time around you decided to go a little bit further down and deeper, and eventually you found a cave full of traps and nasty creatures, which you then defeated. And inside you found another one of these Symphony settlements, and you connected the people as you were meant to do. You exchanged some information. I believe you guys also got some new things, including a book that you can't read, most of you. And then you left off one of the symphonies, picked up 3 other symphonies. Please don't ask me their names. I don't have those notes on me yet. And then you all made your way out of the dungeon. You had a quick encounter with some spiders that you quickly dispatched. I don't think that they were a challenge at all for you guys. And then you decided to go back to Dorf. And upon reaching Dorf, you met 2 old, quote-unquote, friends. You met Leonie and Aaron, now turned bounty hunters. They hired you, quote-unquote, or rather enlisted your help to proceed with their original bounty, which was to find Alistair, the Arcanist of Maul's Marsh, who has gone missing. And that's where we left off. So, Bing Squad, as you say your goodbyes to Leonie and Aaron, they go their own way, and you find yourselves in Dorf, 9 in the evening. What do you do?
Okay.
So, I think we are all wondering what we should do, and at least from my part, I think that first we should put take the Symphony to the other settlements, right?
Well, at least drop off the ones to Dorf. I mean,
Oh
the
yes,
ones-
that's what
the
I
ones at our
meant.
house,
Sorry,
yeah.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, definitely drop those guys off, because that one guy nearly died to a fireball. We don't need any of stupid magic. God. Yeah, just drop all the guys off at the place under our house.
We need to talk to Loza.
And but it's 9 o'clock. Is he still awake?
I don't think he would be.
should probably go home and rest. And the Senfordine who are going to the settlement under the house can start, or they can wait until morning and start then, and then we can go to Dorf and talk to everybody in the morning.
Yeah, this is like I think if Loza's friend is missing, we need to tell him. Maybe he could help us figure out where she is exactly.
Are they friends or are they just co-workers?
If you work closely with these people, you develop working relationship.
Yeah, but it's Loza.
Co-workers.
This is true, but
I mean, he's not that big of a dick, at least not whenever I've met him.
he's less dickish.
Yeah, but
But even then, one of your coworkers is taken randomly in the night. Kind of has you worried, considering one of your other coworkers has gone batshit crazy and is trying to raise a god, and the other just turned out to be a scumbag. Kind of makes you want the others to be better, and if you know they're better, you want to keep them around.
you think we should at least try to talk to him tonight, or should we just hold off until morning?
I say hold off until morning, at least.
But
I think we should stop randomly bothering people in the middle of the night and early morning.
Besides, let's wait until morning to talk with Loza. He's also, if I remember correctly, a divination specialist, so he might be able to tell us more.
Did you want to check on your gun as well?
yeah, I wanted to check on my gun, see if any progress has been made. Going up against Crean again.
I think Summerlad's armor might also be done.
So, what is the plan?
To the manor.
To the manor.
Yeah, we gotta send our Symphonine friends there. Besides, they'll be underground, and it'll be more comfortable for them.
Alright.
Yeah, by the time we get there, it'll be midnight.
Not quite. You do decide then to depart Dorf, as it is, around what time is it again? 9 in the evening. You depart from Dorf. 1 hour later, you find yourselves in your manor, a little bit further to the west. Upon reaching your manor, being squad, you do find that little by little progress is happening. The construction in your house is slowly progressing. Parts are being replaced and things are being repaired, and you can already sort of see the state of completion of this house. It seems to be closer and closer to being done. You do imagine, though, that it will still take a while. For it has been a whole week since they began, and they gave you a 2-week deadline to finish the repairs.
Yep.
Still, it looks much better now.
Definitely
And
homier.
definitely. At least now,
Bought that furniture.
at least now, when you enter your house, this is a thing that most of you noticed the first time around, but you didn't pay too much mind because of the state in which you found this house. Was the breeze that kept coming in through cracks and holes. You do all feel that the breeze has diminished, almost vanished. There's still a little breeze here and there, but it's much better than it was before, especially for those of you who are sleeping in bedrolls in the middle of whatever.
Yeah, Lilith is the only one with a bed.
That is true.
It's a very nice bed.
So, 1 hour later, you do arrive in your manor, and I believe you are leading your Symphonite friends to the underground?
I think we should still escort them because there's that hole underneath the column. Don't know if anything else has swum up it.
Alright.
Yeah, we'll escort them.
Yeah.
Make sure everything's safe.
Okay, so all of you start. All of you gather up. The 8 of you, plus your bless you, plus your 5 Symphony friends, and I will need a marching order here.
I'll lead the way.
Okay, Mister, I can see in the dark.
Yeah, somebody with dark vision should lead the way.
You mean like me?
Like Matthias or me or
Except
Yeah,
Graf,
Lilith.
Wrath
I
or
think
someone.
Lilith or Graf should do it.
except Graf is casting dark vision on me,
Right.
so I can see in the dark just fine.
Yes, 8 hours of it.
Okay. So Graf, at the end of the night, you decide to go and using the druidic incantations that you learn from the world itself and from Matthias, you go ahead and cast Dark Vision on Flint. And now Flint, you are able to see in the dark.
Yep.
And that's the last. Right. Still 2 until we long rest.
So Flint, you are leading the way.
I will lead the way.
Okay, who else
Go
is
second.
this? Okay,
I'll
so
go second.
Flint and Lilith, you are leading this group all the way. Bless you. All the way underground, and I would like the both of you to go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Love my passive 20, but let's see what happens.
I got an 11.
Okay,
21.
21. All right. Going your way about the tunnel that you have gone through very recently, just the day before, in fact. It feels odd to you, Flint. You feel that even though the path you are taking is the same, you feel like it has shifted slightly. Like some tunnels are slightly broader, some are slightly thinner. You feel some passages are slightly hotter, and you feel that the underground is changing. Like you don't know if naturally or if something is causing you to change, but you feel like there's change happening on the underground.
The Sensodyne have hooves for feet, right?
Yes.
Can I see any traces of hoof marks on the floor, on the ground at all?
Make a survival check.
Proficient with survival. Except it didn't help.
You do find the same marks here and there, kind of very spread out. They're not very easy to see. You do find marks of hooves on the reverse direction, going out of the underground, and you also see around it many other footprints that you do recognize to be your companions. So imagine that these are the footprints that were left yesterday when all of you guys left the dungeon here.
Alright, I'm just gonna glance back and say, I'm a little uneasy. Something seems off about these passages. I don't know what, it's just something.
It's always something.
Can I do a nature check on the walls to see if
Wait,
this looks...
What are you looking for, Draken?
I want to see if this shift is natural.
If the shift is natural.
Yeah.
Have you ever been onto other natural caverns before, Draken?
No, but I'm proficient in nature.
You don't have a very good sense of a good sense of how to compare this because you have no reference. So I would say make a nature check with disadvantage.
Okay. $16.
Oh wow.
You forget I'm the smart one.
I do forget it actually. Yes. Draken, as you look
because
around,
you act so dumb.
I
My
didn't.
intelligence is high, my wisdom is low.
I didn't want to say it, but you
I'm dating him, it's fine.
looking around in the cavern walls here. You don't know really how to gauge if this is natural or made by something else. But once Flint picks up on it and mentions that this feels weird, you do pick up on it too, and you do feel that these tunnels are very slightly shifting. And the both of you spend some time looking around your surroundings, and you come to a conclusion that they are indeed somehow shifting. And you can't help but to imagine if a cave in is about to happen in one of these tunnels, or if something is digging through other nearby walls and eventually will end up on this tunnel.
I'm hoping it's the other Sensodyne fun, but something tells me that's not it.
Something's off.
We should probably be on our guard as we go further then.
Yeah.
Flint has his shield up and the one-shot hand cannon in the other hand for now.
Okay. So all of you keep yourselves prepared and walk your way forward.
Mm-hmm.
And for the rest of the way into the Symphony Village, everything is fine. You don't see nothing happening. You don't see any other traces of cave-ins or shifting in the walls. Everything just looks like it was before. You can't help but to wonder that that's one very specific patch of cavern that felt odd.
I just want to talk to Lilith for a minute.
Okay. So as all of you are approaching the settlement, Draken and Lilith, you find yourselves a little bit far off from the group.
That patch of cave has me worried.
Same. If people are feeling uneasy, it's something to pay attention to, but if we didn't see anything specific, just keep your eyes open.
It's not that there's something there, it's that I think that part of the cave needs to be shored up, reinforced.
You think it's going to collapse?
We do have masons on hand upstairs.
Upstairs that we told not to go into the basement, and now we're gonna have to swim with your tools through some water and then walk for half an hour.
I know how bad that sounds.
Into this cave that they've never been.
I know. I don't like the thought of it either. But I don't want them to be closed off.
Yeah, if the tunnel collapsed, it'd be worse, and we'd probably have to get their help to dig them out anyway.
You know, we could always
So-
ask if the Symphodyne know how to handle putting the tunnel together.
To be fair, they've said they've tried in the past and that everything seems to fail for them.
Yeah, I asked them why they were living in ruins, and they said every time somebody's tried, it's collapsed and killed them. Which means we might be putting the dwarf masons that we've hired to go die, and we might just end up cloaking them in with a body count.
But here's the thing, I think it just might be the Symphodyne that have that issue.
Me too. It seems like something very specific is bothering them.
Yeah. And dwarves know how to build stuff sturdy.
Well, we'll mention it.
We'll mention it to them and tell them
They're gonna want extra pay, of course, naturally, because we're hiring their services. And
Fortunately,
I don't know how long it's going to.
that. I do remember this. That Mason that was working with us, he really wanted to know more about the underground.
That's
lower
true. If
level.
he's still here, we can.
We can possibly work something out.
We should get, because this is close to the settlement. We should get Senfidine permission.
Of course, this is. We noticed something looks like it's about to cave in. We have some workers on the surface that can possibly fix it, but it may mean exposing your people to them. That's the thing.
All right. Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Don't get me to talk to him. I can't speak the damn language.
So,
Fortunately, we know Sam has that spell handy. Since the
all of you finally then reunite, I believe.
Yep.
And just a few minutes later, you all reach the entrance of the Symphony Village.
Yep.
It still looks the same way as it did before, except that this time around, you feel more of a warmer greeting as you approach, and you see some weird but still familiar faces greeting you. And naturally, still hard and who was it that stood behind?
one of Holson's with the redwoods, so
Yeah, okay, yeah, it was Hilden. So, Stubhard and Terlag there, they both look somewhat excited to be back, mostly back in safety and see that their settlement is still here and still exists. Their leader, who was her name? Eamon, is also glad to see that all of you have returned safely. And they all go to their own corners to discuss and share information about what they found in the surface and the other Symphony village that they found near the redwoods. And for the most part of it, all of you are kind of left to the side as they are all greeting these other 3 new guests, these other Symphonies who they thought they have lost contact with for a long time.
Do you want me to use the spell on you, Lilith?
I want to rest. We've been walking for a long time.
yes, we have. But I think we need to talk with the Symphidine leader about this now and have him think on it.
Alright, we can go mention it then.
Before you are even able to go look for someone, you do see Eamon himself approaching you all and just nodding to you and says, I see you have returned, my son and other Symphonies. Neighbors who we have lost contact with. Words fail me, but know this. I am very grateful for what you have done.
Someone who speaks uncommon, answer.
You're welcome.
He nods once again.
Uh,
I believe you are now to set off to the other villages then.
yes, we just have to get some things done in Dwarf tomorrow. Just resupply, that kind of thing.
Dorf,
Yeah.
that is the city, the surface settlement.
Yes.
close to here. Well, I suppose that we can indulge in waiting a few days. Now that we have reconnected to one of our own, we have at least already opened a channel for communications, and things should move somewhat smoothly now with them. I do wonder though.
Sam, could you give that spell to Lilith? Me and her need to talk with him about.
Fine, I'll go and use tongues on Lilith.
Once again, Summerlad, you go and cast a spell on Lilith. And Lilith, once again, weirdly enough, this arcane energy that flows over you enables you to hear this babbling that you know this voice. It is familiar to you, but you could not decipher what it was saying. But now you can, thanks to Summerlad.
Hooray.
We need to talk about the cave on the way here.
Well, what about it?
I believe part of it may be ready to collapse.
Collapse. We
A
have
couple
tried.
of our party.
We have tried
Oh,
reinforcing parts of this cave before. We have tried expanding. I believe we have told you about that. And the parts that we could reinforce, we did. And the other parts that we could not reinforce was because there were monsters prowling about.
Okay.
I hear from Stilbahar that you have cleansed some of these monsters.
All the ones we run into.
Well,
Those ones are mostly in the water.
Here, yeah, there were giant spiders at the other village.
Yeah.
And skeletons.
Which I think they're still occasionally fighting off, but it's just because they're what it is there.
still, I would advise you to be cautious. These monsters and fell creatures have cost the lives of many Symphonies already in the past. So much so that we have never had survivors who could bring back an account of what happened. So we would not know what it could be or what you would be against. Do be careful though.
But part of the tunnel in and out of here, some of our party members have the fear that it should collapse. There's a distinct section of it that seems that way. And if you can is it possible for you to reinforce it, or would you need help to reinforce it? Because we do know some surface dwellers who are good at stonework.
And they're very proficient at dealing with rock.
Well, we could always use some more experienced people who know what they're doing. Me myself, I shudder at the thought of risking more Symphoni's life through this endeavor. We are so few already as it is.
It's possible that the stoneworkers may not encounter your village, but it's also possible that they may. So we just want to be sure that it's
Okay,
if
they
we try to
count.
get them to come down here, we want to hope that it's okay with you that they do, seeing as this is your area.
Well, it's something big indeed. True. To think that but moments ago we were closed off entirely from anyone else, and now suddenly so many new people are showing up. It gives me odd feelings, fear amongst them, but I believe it might be for the best. If you were able to bring back other symphony, I believe you are able also to ensure that what needs to be done gets done and that no harm falls onto us. I agree with your proposition.
Okay, we gotta discuss with the quarry master, whatever that guy's name is. I don't remember his name. It's on my notes. We will talk with that stoneworker in the morning.
But know that despite everything, and I don't mean this in ill, a threat it might sound like, but believe me when I say that it is not. If it does comes to worst, we will protect our own.
Understandable.
Anybody would. We completely understand that. And we'll make that clear to the stoneworkers that if they threaten anything down here, things may not go well for them.
Things will not go well for them, and we will not be responsible if they piss you off.
Well, I believe we can work with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aramon.
One more thing.
Yes.
There's also some researchers that exist up top that could be of use or would like to know more about whatever your people know.
Well, what about them?
He's asking if it's okay that we mention that you still exist to them, or would it be too much of an imposition upon you?
Thank you. I know word good.
Well, like I said, I fear for ourselves on what you lot might bring upon us, but if it wasn't for you, we would still be trapped down here with no way out, and my son with no way in. Yes, I too agree to this proposition. You may tell them about us. I don't know what help we will be able to provide them, but we shall do our best to cooperate and ensure that the Symphonians can survive this ordeal. But like I said,
we'll mention to them to try not to impose too much on you, because the last thing we want is to bother you more than we already have, at least much more.
understandable. And like I said, not to threaten you or your companions and acquaintances, but we will defend ourselves if it comes to worst.
We understand that.
We understand.
We'll make sure that they know, and that if you tell them to back off, they know it's in their best interest to back off.
Well, I believe
Thank you
that
for trusting us as much as you have. Thank you very much.
I believe that it is a fair offer, this one that you are offering, and that we have much to gain from cooperating and working together. And in ways I also feel like I owe you some for rescuing my son.
It is the tree that bends that does not break. Wait, it's the branch that bends that does not break.
Same meaning.
Yeah.
The Emon just looks at you quizzically, like, what the hell are you talking about?
It's a figure of speech that means when you're flexible, you tend to work a little bit better, because if you're strict and rigid to one set of rules, it can break you when the world doesn't want to go with them. There are certain things that you have to bend for and you have to work with, and other things that you can stand against, but it's not always at one or the other 100%.
Well, your friend is very eloquent, but I would... Well, there is much to learn indeed from you with your figures of speech and such. Well, regardless, I believe you must be tired, and we don't have a lot, but we have a meal ready for those of you who are hungry and weary and wish to rest. And Amon, he pretty much beckons the entire group to join in for a sort of shallow meal. It's not extravagant in any way, but it's good meal. It's hearty enough for all of you surface dwellers.
Roots.
Lots of roots, and some also some like crushed and garnished bugs.
Some fungi.
Yes, lots of that.
This is an interesting algae.
So, as all of you, well, some of you, I believe, get around to have a meal, is there anything anyone else is doing?
Lilith is gonna sit down and light her candle and start meditating.
I am going to write in my book until it's time to take a rest.
Carve until we go to bed.
I will put myself into water.
You have already
I
gone
have the
through water.
barrel.
As it happens, you have already gone through water. Hentai.
Yeah, we went through water on the way here.
Yeah.
He was in the barrel on the ride here, and then we had to swim through water to get here.
So you were submerged.
But
in that case, I will have a little whiskey.
all right.
To dry out.
But nothing stops you from going back on water if you wish. But Matthias, Sam, anything you guys are doing?
I'm just going to do some wood carving, same as Grath.
Okay.
I don't think I can craft potions here, right?
I would say you would have picked up components.
I mean, I still have herbs that I picked a long time ago. Remember?
Holy God. I would say that you have enough stuff to do to attempt to craft a potion if you wish to attempt that. As for
Okay, so I just roll a d20, right?
not yet.
We're gonna go through everyone.
Yes. Lastly, Flint, is there anything you want to do?
Not until daybreak.
Okay. So Lilith, you take off your meditation. Draken, you go ahead and attempt to write in your book.
Yep.
I would like you to go ahead and make a intelligence check.
Okay. 18.
Let me find the cart. That's where I'm taking notes of this. 18, you said.
Yep.
Okay. You make a lot of progress as it happens with this one time, especially because we have the same things. Not the same things. The ones from Dorf, but the ones that you brought from the Redwoods Cavern. They are warriors and they have fought a lot of creatures. And as you go through what they are talking about and what you have in your notes, you are able to fill in the gaps that you wouldn't be able to otherwise, and you fill in a lot more of your book. Except that you don't like fully complete your book because you're so enthralled in their stories as well.
Yeah.
On monsters, but you get quite a lot of it done.
What's the percentage? I'm just keeping tabs on my end.
I know you say that every time. I would say you are 70%, 70 something percent done with the book.
I'll put 75 just because that's something.
Okay.
Ooh. Good. Thank you. I tell the Symphonines.
They all nod and keep telling more and more stories. Graf, you would like to carve?
Yes, please.
So what are you carving first?
The wooden wolf for Dracon.
Okay,
One.
give me a dexterity roll with your wood carver tools proficiency.
Natural 1.
How about a 22?
Why do you want him to fail?
Because it's just his luck lately.
No!
Oh shit.
But see, something good happened.
It takes you a while. Graf, this time around, as the Symphonines, they kind of hover around you, trying to see what you're doing. Some of your party mates, they are able to draw their attention a little bit more, especially Matthias and Summerlad with their own carvings and craftings, and Flint pretty much just doing what Flint does. Is enough to draw everyone's attention, that so you're not so distracted. And this time you are able to carve a very nice small wolf miniature out of wood. It takes you some time though, like almost an hour, but you're done with it, and it looks very good.
Excellent.
Ready to be gifted.
Excellent.
Next up, Hentai. You said you wanted to go and drink some whiskey.
Yeah.
Do you have whiskey on you?
Flynn probably does.
Let me see. Character sheet. Come up, okay. I have no alcohol.
Because you are not in a city, you cannot procure alcohol. Unless you didn't already have it.
Damn it, if I was a mage, I would make vodka from water.
I grab Hantai's glass and I use prestidigitation to make it taste like whiskey.
Thank you, my friend. That is much appreciated.
You won't actually get drunk, though.
No, that was the point.
People don't drink alcoholic beverages for their taste, you know.
I know.
In that case, I would just refill my water scan.
Yeah, don't worry. When everything's open topside again. Hey, buddy.
You are able to do that, no problem. You are able to refill your water skin and ponder on where you can get your next booze. So next up is Matthias. You wanted to go and craft stuff too. Wood carve rather.
Yep.
Okay, do you have wood that you can use to carve?
I've got wood blocks.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
in my inventory. I've also got woodcarver's tools.
Wow. Okay. I did not expect you to have either. But sure. What are you carving?
I am going to be. I'm going to be carving. Going to be working on making a little miniature graph. Little miniature knoll.
Oh, that's cute.
All right. Sure. Give me a woodcarver's tool proficiency test with dexterity.
All right, I don't think I have it added, so I'll just have to roll a dexterity check. Dexterity roll.
Okay. Roll a
And then
dexterity
plus
check and
proficiency?
add your proficiency bonus. Yes.
All right.
If you are proficient with woodcarver's tool, that is.
I never took it, so I'd just be probably a straight dex check.
Yep.
Yeah.
$21. All right.
21.
What a good roll. You are able to uncannily replicate a miniature graph with this wood block that you have. It is incredibly facsimile to what graph looks like if it was much smaller. You are not able to craft it like a standing no. You make him kind of sitting down and kind of crouching because the wood block you have is not big enough that you can craft him standing up. But you're able to carve a lot of intricate details and make a cool pose here, like he's hunting in the woods and whatnot. And at the end of it, as you pull back your head and look at what you have sculpted, you feel very proud of what you were able to do here.
Yep. I really like it. I'm excited about it. And
as well, it's ready to be gifted.
woohoo.
In one go, he's all done?
I would say that he is. You guys have like quite a lot of time to burn before bedtime.
Yep.
That's 75% of my book done, so.
Isn't that like 11 o'clock at night?
To be fair, we slept during the day.
Ish.
We were at Dorf at 9, at the Manor an hour later, and then it's another hour to get to the Senfadine, I thought.
We're also taking a long rest, waiting till people are awake in the morning.
Summerlad, you wanted to craft a potion, right?
I wanted to craft a healing potion.
Okay, do you have an empty vial?
I do.
Okay, then give me a proficiency check with your alchemist tools, I believe.
I don't have proficiency.
What? What tool do you have again? I forgot.
Alchemy, herbalism kits.
Okay, do you have proficiency with that one?
No.
Okay, then give me just a straight. I would say this is an intelligence roll.
Guide yourself, quick.
Oh.
Natural 20, never mind.
Guidance doesn't work with dual checks.
Yes, it does.
It works with ability checks. And this is an ability check.
And you roll the natural 20 plus whatever your intelligence is.
So...
22. My intelligence is +2.
Okay. Are you gonna give yourself some guidance as well?
Can I?
I mean, you're already there. Up to you, really.
Okay. I'm gonna do it.
Roll a d4. 23.
Okay.
23.
You, unfortunately, Summerlad, are not able to make 3 potions, but you are able to make 2.
Okay, then I'm gonna go to Flint and give him the 2 potions.
Okay.
Alright, thanks. Neither just
You
regular.
need, yes, the 2 of a regular healing. I think you're gonna need this. If you really end up fighting the cream, they're gonna target you, and you need backup more than what I can give you, maybe. But I will do my best so you don't have to use those.
Well, I appreciate that, Smolad. Thank you. As I go into the compendium and look up potions.
You don't really have to do that for potions. Potions are negligible weight and they don't have a thing.
Potions are half a pound.
So I believe that's everyone, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the end, at the end of the night, everyone's done with the eating and the crafting, and you also, being the good boys and girls that you are, you decide to wait 2 hours after you have your meals. Otherwise, you're gonna have nightmares. True story, though. And
So that counts as a long rest then, yeah.
yes, all of you then go and do a long rest as you sleep soundly for many, many hours. So everyone
Hellish
go.
Rebuke is back.
Everyone go ahead and perform a long rest.
Alright. Spells
Recover-
are back.
Recovering all the things that you do on a long rest. Full health points, skills, spells, and half your half your hit die. For those of you who used hit die.
Doesn't want to add onto my sheet for some reason.
If you have it drawn out to a separate window, I always have to put it back.
Yeah, if it's in a different window, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I closed out separate window. I opened up my character sheet, so it's just a pop-up window inside Roll20. It's not adding itself.
You should be able to just drag it right onto your sheet and then let go. Your
Yeah.
sheet should gray out
it's-
with a small little box.
Yeah, if it's in the pop-up window, then it doesn't really work. But if it's inside in the pop-up window, like on top of the screen, then it usually works.
And that's exactly what I mean. It's a pop-up window inside Roll20, not a separate tab at this point.
It's weird.
Not
It
added.
happens.
God damn it, add it by hand.
So, click and drag the item. A small box should appear on your character page that says accepting drop from compendium. When that box shows up, then let go.
That's what I did, like several times.
Put it in manually, we're wasting time.
What I'm doing.
It only weighs a half pound.
So, Bing Squad, during the night, as you are sleeping, Draken, go ahead and
Yes?
make a perception check with disadvantage.
Does Flint detect any of this with his passive of 20?
Fuck no, you're all asleep.
Why do I have to make it? Which is weird.
"12. You are soundly sleeping and you don't notice, Draken, when something comes by and fiddles with your things in your backpack.
My backpack?
Yes, your backpack.
Okay.
Then, once that happens, the rest of the night goes by. Except that, in the middle of the night, everyone make a wisdom saving throw.
Well, that's always fun.
Normal's wisdom?
Normal wisdom saving throw.
Are you kidding me?
I rolled a 7.
I rolled a
rolled a
17.
3.
Somebody's gonna have to roll for Fell.
I've controlled Fell before. I can take control if you need to, Doug.
All right, and I'm gonna be rolling.
And 11.
Nah, let me roll for him. It's alright. I can do it. Fell, character sheet, wisdom saving throw. You rolled that. Dag damn it.
Why at advantage?
It wasn't supposed to be. Fell rolled a 12. So, let me see what all of... Whoa. So many low numbers.
Yeah, but it's another one of those summer situations where everybody except one person rolled crap.
I'm angry. I got a 3. I know your pain now.
Graf and Draken. The both of you sleep very soundly. Draken even more so. He's sleeping so soundly that he did not notice someone pilfering stuff from his backpack. However, everyone else, you feel very odd. You have a very, very, very disturbing nightmare where you see yourselves in the place where you are currently, this underground, and you see as the walls they suddenly start rioting with life and melting. And you see as the ground starts to collapse. And as the ground collapses, you see that the ground is actually just a very thin sheet of packed earth. And beneath it, it's complete void. Eventually, all of the walls, the ceiling, everything collapses and fades away. And you are left alone. In a small platform of packed earth. Floating around in the void. As you just hear cackling in the background. You feel lost. You feel despair. Most of all, you feel that you're being watched. Being Squad. 8 in the morning comes by and all of you wake up. Some of you didn't quite sleep so very well, but Graf and Draken wake up just spiffy.
Dracon's just gonna double check. Just gonna make sure he has everything as he gears up.
Okay. So Draken, make a investigation check with disadvantage, because you don't know that you're looking for something that might not be there. Whoa.
I've got expertise.
Dag damn you.
Rolling
Dag damn you.
helps.
Draken, as you are organizing your pack, you do notice that indeed there are things missing from your backpack. You do notice that your inkwell and pen are missing, and a chunk of parchments are also missing. And as you look, it seems like none of the things you have been reading so far have been stolen.
So I'm just missing a pen, some ink, and paper?
Blank papers, yes.
Odd.
Everything else seems to still be there.
Is it just like one vial of ink, or is it all the ink?
One vial of ink, one of the fullest ones, and your pen as well, and some chunk of paper is currently
Who
missing.
took my fucking pen?
Draken, as you stand up and look around to your companions, most of them don't look to be doing so well. They look a little bit harried.
Why are you so loud?
Cause someone stole my shit.
Why are
Lilith
you
is just
yelling?
Lilith is just standing on
What?
top of a bedroll and just looking around paranoid.
The surrounding looks completely normal. If anything,
Lilith,
I know someone
Going-
was in here. I'm starting to
You-
crack shit.
uh,
The
what,
thief does not
Okay.
like being stolen from.
what's up, Matthias?
Draken's yelling, Lilith's panicked. What the hell's going on here?
I don't know.
I had a hell of a dream, and I didn't like it one bit.
What was your
Neither did I. It sucked.
Did you dream you were falling through a void?
Yeah. How? Wait.
Alone
What?
with a cackling voice around you, and the walls crumbled, and then you fell and were alone?
God. Why? How did you get in my dreams?
Apparently, we all had the same dream where we were all alone, but in the same situation.
I didn't have
I
a
thought it
dream.
was just the nightmares that I used
Where
to
is my
have. Did you
fucking
guys have the
stick?
same dream?
The last time Graf dreamed like that, it was undead flying skull thing.
Oh, God damn.
I definitely
That's-
hope not again.
Same.
And what are you yelling about? Someone stealing your shit.
Someone went through my bag, stole some shit in the middle of the
What
night.
did they steal?
They stole my pen, a bottle of ink, and a bunch of paper.
Which you can buy in a general store.
I know. Do you know how pissed I am? I am a thief. I steal shit. Who the fuck stole from me?
Graf,
Barely
My
someone
ego
who's
is
better at it
bruised
than
right
you.
now.
Graf have ink and ink pen. Do you want it, Draco?
What?
Graf have ink and ink pen.
Why do you have an ink and ink pen?
Graf keeps journal.
He's right, he keeps a journal.
I'll borrow the pen later. I can pick up ink later. I'm more pissed that someone went through my shit.
Graf, no go through your stuff.
I'm gonna look on the ground, see if there are any tracks.
Draken, go ahead and make a survival check.
$12.
12. And not particularly around you. You see a lot of footprints. Being that you are in a cavernous / ruins with stones environment, footprints don't track very well here. All you see is the footprints of your companions who have been walking all over the place, and lots of hoof prints as well, because this is the Saint Fidani's home. They go everywhere in here.
Listen, if you're gonna look for footprints, you shouldn't do it here, because all woodworkers and the masons running around, so finding one
We're underground!
is gonna be a needle in a haystack.
Does Dracon want Graf to look? Graf is good at finding tracks.
Give it a shot. Dracon's flustered.
Okay, Graf, picking up on the clues that Dracon just gave you, you can go ahead and make a survival check as well.
Wow.
We rolled the same exact thing.
There you go. You are not able to find anything differently. You are mostly going by Draken's rants and ramblings and the way that he is frantically pointing at things, and you're not able to gather any information that helps you in actually tracking whatever it is that
Okay.
took stuff from him.
Okay, can I try it too then?
Last attempt to track this place.
Sam, guidance.
Okay, guidance.
Okay.
Just a second, because my character sheet's closed.
It's alright. Lilith, go ahead and make a wisdom check as well.
Just a wisdom check.
Yeah, just a wisdom. As you spin around in place, just looking around yourself.
Oh, 9?
A 9. You feel very odd. You know yourself, you know the environment you exist in, but as you
Add a
look
D4, Sam. You guided yourself.
as you look around, you just feel that like there's something wrong here. There's something about this place that you don't quite like, but you're not able to gather any more information. You just feel a very urgent need to get out of here, pretty much.
23.
23, alright. Summer lad.
And the curse activates. Do I roll the D20?
Yes. Okay, nothing happens.
Okay.
Which is good, otherwise you would be losing health points left and right. So, Summerlad, after finally you and Graf managing to calm Draken down, so he is able to speak more coherently and actually offer helpful information about what the hell is going on. The three of you start walking around here in the undergrounds, just looking for a set of footprints that you, Summerland, is able to picture a little bit better. You flap out your wings and hover a little bit above ground, and due to your unique advantage point, you are able to peruse the area a little better. And eventually you found a very specific set of footprints that feels a little bit fresher than the others. And you all decide to follow this set of footprints. It does not take you long. It still takes some time though to go on to this endeavor, but it doesn't take long enough before you all, the three of you, come across a Symphony who's sitting on the ground, has his back turned to you, and seems to be fiddling with paper and pen and ink. And something else they're holding.
So what are they holding?
I'm gonna stealth up to him.
Okay. What did you say, Meta?
I said, what are they holding?
Okay, Meta, make a perception check. Draken, make a stealth check. Flint, I did not.
I kinda also want to roll perception to see what it is.
Okay, Flint, I did not know you were going with them. But sure.
Can I try rolling perception too? I want to see what he's holding.
Sure. Summerlad, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Guidance.
Once again, you ask Fanfagor to help you in this moment of need. To see what's going on over there. Alright.
Quick question to
I think so.
Draco. Those books that we pulled out of the pirate place on math and creatures of the old world, we put those in the house, right?
Yeah, I put them in the house.
Okay, I'm gonna remove them from the bag of holding sheet then.
Okay.
Okay.
They should be on the chest sheet as part of the library inventory.
Graf, you see that the Symphony seems to be holding a book of some sort. You're not able to see precisely what sort of book this is, as the figure itself is kind of hunching over the book and hiding it a little bit. Summerlad, you, once again, with your vantage point, you are able to see a familiar book that you have been recently gifted. You see that the book is the War of the Almighty, the other version that you got from the Redwood Symphony. Draken and Flint, as you are coming up to the Symphony without a sound, Flint, you do not notice as your big frame scrapes against the wall, and normally it wouldn't be too bad of a deal scraping yourself against the wall if it wasn't your metal arm that makes a very loud and very thin screeching noise, like running nails through a chalkboard.
Shit.
And the Symphony just yelps and jumps in place and looks back and notices the two of you coming over him. And as he turns around, you notice it's Stubhard.
Stubhard, if you wanted pen and paper, ask.
Yeah, whatever he said. I assume he's speaking Undercommon.
Yeah.
Oh, but okay, okay, I will. Can I borrow this pen and paper?
Yes.
Thank you.
By
I
the
will
way,
then.
you have no clue how much you've bruised my ego.
What? What do you mean?
Before I joined up, I was a thief. A very good one.
He just seems to be listening to you.
I took stuff that didn't belong to me for a living. Okay.
He's still just listening intently to you, kinda just deeply paying attention. Oh boy.
What the heck?
What is happening?
Who is that?
What?
It's coming from Utzad's microphone, I think.
Yes, I believe there's some feedback happening with the speakers.
Yeah.
Well, she did say her speakers might be dying earlier.
Okay.
I'm afraid we can't hear you. Oh boy. Regardless, Draken, this Stubhard, he just looks at you, deeply paying attention to what you're saying. He doesn't seem to be responding in any way. He just looks at you.
Grath looks over at Dracon and says, "Are we tackling him or something?"
No, Stubhard, just ask next time instead of going through my stuff in the middle of the night.
Okay. I won't then, but I thought it would be okay.
Yeah. Just... okay.
Okay then.
Have a nice day.
You too. And he turns back and keeps on scribbling things on the paper.
Do I notice what he's writing?
Make a perception check as you're about to leave. And everyone else leaves with Draken as the mystery of the vanishing ink, the inkwell and pen and paper has been solved. And Draken, as you look over your shoulder as you all leaving, you do notice that Stubhard seems to be writing. He seems to be writing in sort of broken-ish common, some sort of translation.
Is it in Undercommon?
No, he's writing in common.
Oh, okay.
It feels a little bit broken from the very little that you can see before going on, but it feels like he's translating the book that he has on hand.
Oh, okay.
How's this? Is this good?
Yes.
Very good.
Okay. I don't know what happened. Sorry.
It's okay.
Fine.
So, mystery solved. Everyone gathers around. After spending quite a while on this endeavor, and I believe that you are ready to depart. Should you wish to?
Yeah, we need to talk to people.
Okay. So,
Great
Bean
call.
Squad, what are you doing?
Dracon, why not ask Symphodine if they have bad dreams too?
Because I didn't have bad dreams. Why would I ask if I had bad dreams?
But Pack Leader did, and so did Matthias.
We all
I
seem to have had the same bad dream. That's why
I had a bad dream
Val-
too.
today.
Oh. I slept like a baby. Also, I was a bit too much. I was freaking out a bit too much about someone stealing my crap.
Yeah, you were
Pay
very loud about that.
Well, you know how big of a hit that is for a professional thief to get stolen from in the middle of the night?
You were part of a thieves guild. I thought that was every day.
It's still disconcerting when it happens to you. When it's your profession.
Hey, we all have bad days. I like to shoot shit. Sometimes I miss.
Sometimes.
Alright, let's just go ask Symphodine someone about those bad dreams. Right?
You know I had to do that.
And you do.
Good grief, you too.
It does not take you long to find Amon, who's standing to the other, to the visitors, the other Symphonites from Redwood, who seems taken aback by the situation in which these Symphonites here are living, but otherwise everyone's being brought to the same level as they are, talking differences and explaining the situation, and you all arrive.
Alright, now I don't understand what you were saying to Stubahard earlier, but it sounded like you were stumbling over your words. Maybe you can not stumble your words this time?
Okay. Also, I was flustered. Give me a break there.
You slept. I didn't. Bite me.
Where?
Can I help you? Says Amon now, noticing the two of you bickering in front of him.
Eamon. My friends seem to have had a shared nightmare last night. Is this a common thing?
Oh. So you have then. I'm afraid that it is. These are normally omens that we have. Whenever we start having those nightmares, well, it's a long tradition of just hunkering down and waiting for them to pass. Eventually they do. And those who decide to brave the nightmare and go into the caverns, they vanish.
Okay.
Once again, I would not advise you to go and seek those out, but I know that that's what you end up doing regardless.
So this is an omen of some sort.
We take it as an omen, but that's we. And as we have already established, we have customs that should be lost.
You have customs that are lost?
Well, ever since you showed up, you have been teaching us, in a way, how our ways are wrong and outdated and need a desperate
Oh, okay.
change.
Forgive me, it's early.
It is. I hope you have slept well, despite the dreams.
I didn't have a dream, my friends did, but...
Well, I would not know the effect that it would have on your kind, but I believe, Stubhard might have already relayed some of these, but magic runs in our blood and we are less susceptible to certain effects. So those dreams don't bother us as much. But I can't imagine how it would feel for you and your kind.
So you tell me these dreams happen down here, and it's a relatively common thing?
Not very common, but it does happen on occasion.
Okay. Interesting. I'm relaying this to my friends at this point.
Okay. So, Bean Squad, you get relayed the information of everything that Eamon just said. That these dreams are normally an omen of bad things, and normally what they do is pretty much just hide and hope, wait for it to pass. And on top of that, apparently the same things, they have some sort of natural protection against such effects.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
And we don't.
And we need to go and talk with the Mason now.
Is there a way we can give people that advantage so shit like that doesn't happen again?
It's a racial thing.
Shit. I'm gonna have to tell the Masons that they're gonna be working longer than.
We're also probably gonna have to pay them unless they're okay with helping.
I'm pretty sure
A
we're
loss
gonna have to pay them. It's their job.
We're gonna pay them regardless, so we.
Yeah, they're gonna get paid anyway. I'm just saying.
The thing is, we have to explain to them, yes, you need to swim like 30, 40 feet underwater and then walk for almost an hour to this one
But that's to
section
get to
cave.
them. This particular section was halfway, right, Doug?
Yes, it was more so halfway between your
Yeah.
manor and the village.
So you have to swim 30, 40 feet and then walk for a half hour every
Although,
day.
if we give them a general location, they might be able to dig a tunnel for supplies.
Wouldn't that just disturb the area more?
It depends on where it is. They're gonna have to look at it first.
Anyway, we need to go to Dorf, find Adnos and Loza, find their stuff, gear up, and then... Are we going to be bringing their Senfidine expedition with us to Malmarsh and then go to the forest and then go to Hokengen? Or are we just gonna leave them here? Because then we have to come all the way back and travel out that direction again.
I would probably ask Stubhard to come with because I don't think Adnis or Loza would believe me without him.
The other thing is, I mean, we can take them, have them stay back someplace safe. We don't want them getting hurt.
And since we just had an omen of it being closed off, we would probably ask the ones that are going to leave to come with us, to come out of the cavern.
My personal plan was we go to Dorf, get our stuff, head off towards Malmarsh with the Senfidine, check out Alistair's place, see what the deal is. From Malmarsh to the Peak Forest, drop the Senfidine off there at their place in the forest. Then go from the forest to Hokengen, check that out, Hokengen to where this Kreen are.
Right, so here's the flaw in your plan. In order to get to this place under our manor, we had to go through shit. In order to get to the place under the woods south of Dorf and Genberg, we had to go through some shit. I think if we're gonna drop off Sensodyne at the place of the Peak Forest, we're gonna have to go through some shit. And these guys are a little squishier than we are.
Yeah, probably. But do we want them to? It's either that or we walk all the way back to Dorf after dealing with the Crane and Alistair.
So if the road between Malmarsh and whatever the next town north of there is, if clear, maybe we can tell the Sensodyne to meet us there. And then we'll head south from there.
That kind of defeats the purpose of escorting them.
Well, yeah, it also defeats the purpose of escorting if we just drop them off far. Well, there might be some shit down here. We're gonna leave.
Well, I'm saying we go with them, make sure they get there safe, then say, hey, can you wait here for a little while we go do something?
So them over the missing screen.
I'm just trying to get everything done as quick as possible.
I think we make that
15
decision after we talk with Loza about his lost colleague.
Yeah.
I mean, we also
15
don't
open
have that
quest
much
left.
time. We also don't have that much time before the Fivnet anyway, so.
Because, Matthias, as you are very avidly, you and Graf, very avidly taking notes in your personal mental calendars of what day today is, you do know that today is the 20th.
Yep.
So we have, like, what, 10 days?
Pretty much.
Damn it. Time was going so slow, and now it's going much faster.
That's what happens
That's
when
what
you
happens
do
when we travel.
when you do so many long rests in a row.
It's not our fault we have to sleep.
I mean, that's what coffee is for. But anyway,
I think you can go as many days as your con modifier is without a long rest.
not
So
actually.
you can keep taking points of exhaustion until you die.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but I thought you could go as many days as your con modifier was before you got exhaustion and started dying.
No, every day you have to make a Constitution saving throw to get exhausted or not.
Okay, I must have read the section wrong then.
Well, that's what I remember from reading, and I read that like a year ago. So there you go.
I read mine like 6 months ago, so.
So yeah, probably you know a little bit better than this.
Yeah, probably not.
Regardless, what you're doing, being squad. Everyone's packed. Everyone's ready to go. Your squadron of Symphonies are tailing you now. Just waiting.
We're head topside again, aren't we? We're gonna go speak to Lowe's, see which matter is more pressing.
Okay.
Also, I have to talk with Mason. See if he'll help.
Okay,
that
so being squad, as you're going your way, you pick up all of your things. You go back into the tunnel after saying your goodbyes to the people here, and leaving behind rather one of the Symphonies who came here. And this time around, the one that you leave is, let me check their names because dog them. You do leave Andres behind. He stays in the Bay Symphonies. Regardless, all of you will make your way to the surface, and you come out in your manor, somewhat drenched after a brief swim through an underground pool that you have. Very refreshing water, by the way. And as you come out into your manor, the noise of clangings and bangings gets louder and louder. as you'll realize that work has already begun in your manor, and there are masons and carpenters rebuilding it rather, fixing it.
I look for that dwarf mason.
And you do find him. You don't remember exactly who he might have been. Probably Haster.
Haster?
Probably not, actually.
I'm looking for names myself right now.
Regardless, you do find the dwarf who has been sent over to watch over the reconstruction of your house. Doning actually is his name.
Oh yeah, there we are, Donan. With a nice cheese stain next to his name.
There you go.
I said I was sorry.
So,
so Donan, I got
yes?
some news about that lower chamber.
Oh, okay. What about it?
It's an ancient Symphidine ruin.
Come again?
Just blurt everything out right in the open. All right, just don't ease into it. Just blurt straight in.
This is something that
I thought I told him that when I did a history check on the statue when he was down there.
yeah, the whole thing is an
you-
ancient Symphidine ruin.
Yes, you. You did tell him that you had some ideas that it might have been.
We got confirmation that it is, and we made contact with some Symphidines that are still alive.
Oh, you don't say.
Yep.
Holy shit. What now? Ooh.
There's a cavern under that water section. It's actually easier to get through the well, but that's beside the point.
Yeet.
There's a section of cavern that we believe may collapse at some point, and we were wondering if there was any way you could possibly shore it up.
Oh. Reinforcing a cavern, you mean? Sort of like a mine.
Yes.
Naturally, we'll pay you.
You will be compensated, of course.
Well, I mean, if it's compensation, the name of the game, sure would like to play, but didn't you say before that not to go down there and that it was dangerous and such?
We cleared out that infestation.
Okay. Do I want to know what was infesting the place?
Shelkin.
Fair enough. Shocking it was then.
Big fish.
And some big fish guy, but I have no clue where he came from, and there is no sign of any more.
So I'm not sure. Are you saying that it might not still be safe? Is that
On a
true?
scale from how safe we think it is, it's a 9 in how safe it is.
Well,
There's some danger, but it's no more than usual.
usually the most danger we face is accidentally hammering our fingers and toes, but that seems
As
like
long
a
as-
whole
But
new
if we're
level.
talking mining, you have to worry about the occasional bullet coming in.
Oh, that is true, actually.
We've never seen any sign of bullets down here. You're just making him argue for a higher price now.
Now, the bullets were over in Hokengen, not here.
I do know enough about bullets to tell him there's no bullets here. I'm just pointing that out.
Do you really believe that information, Draken?
We have no evidence to suggest that any bullets have ever been in this area, and that's the story we're sticking to.
And we're close to the coast.
But do you believe in that, Draken?
90%.
Okay, then make 9% of a persuasion check.
Persuasion check.
Yep.
Sam, can you guide me?
I don't know.
You're on your own. You're on your own.
I guess that means
Okay,
someone.
The
fine.
gods do not
I
want to
will
give
guide
you guidance
you.
this time.
I will guide you.
Ooh, roll a d4 now.
So, Summerlad, are you guiding Draken?
Yes.
Okay.
18.
So, Draken, as you're stumbling through your words, trying to find the right terms to offer this guy the reassurance that he'll be okay, Summerlad comes up from behind you, says a quick prayer to Fanfagor, and touches you, and then suddenly it's almost like if your whole speech changes out of nowhere. So, Summerlad, I would like you to go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
Really?
Of, of course. The shimmer of your hands touching Draken is impossible not to notice, Summerlad.
No.
What are you doing?
And Draken, as you keep on trying to persuade this guy that it's super duper okay to keep building here, suddenly the way that you speak changes. It's almost as if some divine entity is channeling their words through you, and suddenly your whole speech changes, and you just see Donin kind of get wide-eyed and looking at you and says, how much are you paying for this?
I will look
'Cause
through the chat. Hang on.
I would require a very large compensation for this. Because I feel like this is more dangerous than what you're letting on.
I'm thinking. How?
How much did we pay for the house to be done again? 5 grand, 6 grand?
You did pay 6 grand for the house, and he quoted the underground at another 5,000.
Well, we only need him to do the one section of the cave.
Plus whatever he has to dig out to get there.
You can get there already. You just have to swim.
I'm talking about
About
getting
30.
stone there if he needs it. Because you can't move stone through water.
I'd like to point out, as a player, we have 12 grand in the chest.
I know. I'm saying. I'm thinking how much.
Well,
How about 5? How about 2,500 gold? Or would that...
2,500 gold. I believe that should cover the costs of patching up and mining one section of a tunnel, fair enough, but you don't want to tunnel just one section of the tunnel, you want to tunnel the whole thing, so I think we might be looking at some 6 grand here. Especially because if what you say is true and there is an entire civilization down there, I imagine that those tunnels will be seeing a whole lot more traffic, and it's better if the whole thing is
True.
insured. So yeah, I would say some 7,000.
You said 6,000.
I know, but now I'm saying 7. I didn't really think about the whole traffic that it might be there, and at first I was just thinking maybe this one section of the tunnel could get patched, but then the whole tunnel would need to get
Give me
patched.
5 minutes. I think that's a fair deal, considering what I'm asking you is to go above and beyond right now. What you were originally asked to do.
Okay, 5 minutes. Sure. I can.
I go down and come back with 700 platinum.
Just like that.
We have 1,700 platinum coins in our chest, to be fair.
Okay.
I did say 5 minutes.
So
And come back with 700 platinum.
Draken, you do come back with 700 platinum in bags and hand to this man, I believe.
Yep, because that 700 platinum is 7,000 gold, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
He looks very, very, very weary as he sees all this money in front of him. And you get a sense that he has never seen this much money in front of him before.
Adventuring is a very profitable.
What
As
he
long-
said.
As long as you don't drop dead doing it, which we almost have multiple times.
I was literally dropped the other day.
Well then,
Yes, you were.
I nearly died 3 times on the way here.
sure, 7,000 it is then. For initial costs, if we see anything out of the ordinary, I believe some compensation might be in order as well.
And I think it might be best if you kind of have an idea of what they look like. Stupar, do you mind? It's just because they've never seen it.
Just don't go out of your way to piss off the locals. They only speak Undercommon. Don't piss them off.
Don't piss them off.
Alright. Fair enough. And at this point now, there's this whole moment where the mason, he gathers up the whole all the other workers, the other masons and carpenters who are working on your house. All of them reunites inside the house, and then Stubar, Terlag, and the other two, Kate, and what the hell is the name of the other same thing guy? Doesn't really matter, but I'm looking regardless. Francis. all
France.
all 4 of them now are there in the middle, and as you explain the situation to them, they drop the alter self spell of sorts to look like their original selves, their original safety selves, and then there's this whole moment. I would say generously, you lose half an hour just explaining to everyone like these are Symphonies, they are okay, they're not devils despite the horns and everything else. And until all
They're nice people, they're just in a bad situation.
Until all the masons and carpenters calm down on this whole event, which many of them you feel like they are downplaying what it is to finally come in contact with this thought to be lost and extinct civilization. They just be like, whoa, what sort of monster are you? And you feel like they're not taking this as serious as they could or should. But regardless, it's a nice moment of connecting and sharing.
I would also like to point out just to the players, if you need gold or anything, get it now.
I think I'm pretty set.
Like I said, I'm just pointing that out to the players.
Crap, good.
I think the bag is good for now.
So, all of you gather your supplies, gather the cart, leave your orders with the miners. They before you are able to leave though, Donin comes back up to you and asks once again, so should the priority still be the manor, or should we focus on the tunnels now?
How far along is the manor? I'm just curious, just to know timeline.
Well, we're
wise.
halfway done with it. One more week top and we should have it done.
I think maybe we can shift to the tunnel for right now, just to make sure our new friends have a way in.
Yeah. You're halfway, so yeah, get to work on the tunnel.
Alright, fair enough. Okay boys, we're gonna need to shift our endeavor here, and we're gonna go digging and reinforcing. So carpenters, we're gonna need a lot of timber. Masons, we're gonna need a lot of pickaxes. Let's get to work. And they all pick up their things and start planning how to go about reinforcing the tunnel and how to get to the tunnel.
Yeah, because you can't go underwater with stone.
Yeah.
It just sinks.
Regardless, as they are all trying to figure that out, Bean Squad, what are you doing?
Going to Loza. Well, that's what Dracon's doing.
Yeah, you guys go to Loza. I'm gonna stop in at the smithy right quick and see how my rifle's coming along.
And
I wanna
check
go
out
to
the armor
the
we have
smithy
for Summer
too.
Lad.
Yeah, I wanna go to the smithy to check on the armor.
Okay.
Sam,
So,
you sound like a wind tunnel.
Indeed.
okay. As all of you come to Dorf, 1 hour later, you are at Dorf. Hooray. Big lovely city of Dorf, you have arrived.
Yep.
As you look around in Dorf, it would seem like Draken and whoever else is looking for Loza are having sort of a problem finding them. It seems like Loza and Adnes are nowhere to be found.
Not even at their house?
No. However, when you do show up to their house, you do see a guard that's standing post at the door and says, "Oh, are you looking for Loza, the
Yes.
enchanter?"
Where is he?
"Oh, he is attending some business elsewhere. Hokangen, I believe. Or was it? No, never mind. He was going to Hokangen to pick up, to drop some things, and then he was going off to Valdsbach. Apparently, there's a whole campaign going on north of here."
Did Agnes go with him?
The short one, yeah, she did. Apparently, they're fighting the Dark Brotherhood over there.
Did they leave anything instructions that stuff was to be picked up by anybody?
What would be your name?
Dracon Balder.
Let me see. It takes a moment to pick up some a little ledger from one of his pockets and looks through it. It says Dracon Balder. Let me see. Huh, your name is here as it happens. What did you leave with him?
I left 2 daggers to be enchanted.
Okay. Those are
And
done.
I believe one of my compatriots had some armor to be enchanted. I'm not sure if they got around.
Okay, what would be their name?
Hantai.
Okay. Yeah, both checks.
Yeah, I left bracers. Yeah.
They seem to be done.
And now I have Flint's voice in the back of my head saying bracers. They're wondering if any bracers were done.
Come again?
Is name Flint on that list too?
Name Flint is on the list, yes. However, it says here, come back next week.
Thank you. I will pick up the stuff that are for me and Hantai.
Alright, I will need you to sign this document here. And he pushes over the book to you, Draken. And there's a very long contract going on there, talking about how you are actually Draken and you are taking out only the items that belong to you, that you're not stealing or taking or impersonating anyone else.
Party at the first part, blah blah blah. Blah blah. Okay. Standard contract. Sign.
Okay, there you go. He closes the ledger after inspecting your signature, then he comes inside the shop. Then he comes outside with 2 parcels who are very neatly packed and tied.
Thank you.
You do notice that one of them is small enough to contain the daggers, and another one feels like the studded letter that you had enchanted for Hentai.
Okay.
I believe this will be all.
Thank you. Hantai, I got you your armor.
If Z is not here, I'll just say thank you for Hantai and ask what this new armor is so I can set up his character sheet.
+1.
+1. Okay.
It's a
+1
+1.
studded leather.
Yes.
So studded leather +1?
Yep.
Okay.
Flint, you, however, as you go to the smithy, you do see that the two things are done. Both the Umber Hulk plate armor and your rifle.
Sam now has plate armor.
Okay, anything doing with scope add-on we were talking about for the rifle, or is it just the rifle?
Come again?
Because I was drawing up designs to get, like, an eyepiece or something for the top rifles.
You wanted a sort of a scope, didn't you?
Yep, if that's not done yet, I will gladly just take the rifle, come back for the scope later.
The both of them are done, yes. The rifle and the scope.
Sweet. I will fix up my character sheet since I add in the studded leather +1 for hentai, which
And
is still stupid. Okay.
And your rifle plus scope, which shouldn't be too different from the other thing you had before.
Except you probably need ammo for that.
Yes.
Probably. I will gladly pick up whatever ammo.
He already had like pre-made some 20 ball ball shots to go with the rifle. So you have 20 pieces of ammo. Which I hope is enough for you.
What did I just do?
Sam, did you add plate
I'm
armor?
doing it right now. I have a grand total of 22 AC.
22? Why?
He has full plate, a shield, and the sphere of Gapador.
I mean, however am I gonna hit you now?
Well, he's the cleric. He's supposed to be safe.
I mean, he has the most AC out of anyone.
You see, Doug, the ones you should be worrying about trying to hit are the monks.
And the rogue.
Because we do the damage.
Okay, I'll change my tactics then. I'll definitely hit the monk and the rogue.
We've got the stuns and the grapples.
I will hit the rogue
the
with
sneak.
the monk, even.
So why isn't it?
Oh no. Hey Doug,
Yes?
can I go to the general store to
True?
or whoever? Because I would think buying healing potions, and that would be the place, right? Not the alchemist shop.
Oh, I gotta go, the alchemist.
The city of Dorf, they don't supply potions. The potions that they do supply come from well, they don't have potions, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I. So they were all sold out again.
You would be able to buy a healer's kit, but not a potion.
All right. Well, I have a healer's kit, and I know somewhere that does. Let's see. Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else we would really need.
Well, I just remembered I have to go to the alchemist and pick up crap. It's ready.
Okay, you do go over there to the alchemist Draken, and you do pick up the crap that is ready as it happens.
Both grenades and, what was it, 3 potions?
I don't remember potion. There is, yes, 3 potions of dark vision. Done. 1 hour each. And there is 2 grenades, confusion grenades.
The Dragon Drop doesn't work still. I'm trying to add in the AC for the studded leather armor, and it gives me some crazy number. Now I just have the AC set for 13 on the thing, and now Hanshai's AC is 26. How does that work?
You probably have it set as plus 13.
Probably.
But I don't have it set as plus 13. It just says AC :space 13.
Hold on, give me a moment, please.
We're gonna figure that out, but
And 2 confusion grenades.
yes, 2 confusion grenades, which are done. Also, Flint, I believe your your rifle would be akin of a musket, so it would be 1d12 piercing damage. Uses ammunition. Because of your scope, it has a good range.
1d12. Alright. I was looking at the bad news thing, so let me just 2d5e. Gunsling.
What the thing?
Oh, so I didn't get the bad news one? Okay.
Actually, never mind. This rifle that you got, it's a little bit better. Yes, you did spend quite some time crafting it. I would say this book says one thing, but I'm gonna go ahead and say another. It's 2d8. It's gonna be the damage.
2d. So I have a blunderbuss. Okay.
Pretty much, but it doesn't deal. It doesn't work like a blunderbuss.
Doug, can you just send me the stuff on the confusion grenades later?
Yes.
Just so I have a knowledge of what they do.
I
Okay.
was sort of hoping for bad news from that webpage there, but I'll take.
We'll figure that out later. All the things.
Bad, I put in what you need to type into the mod
Oh, there you go.
section for studded leather armor +1. That's word for word what's in the one drawn from the compendium. So if you drop it into that and make sure it's the only armor equipped, you shouldn't have a problem. It also weighs 13 pounds.
It still gives me 26.
Let me check that out.
You don't have any other armors equipped? None of them are...
Yeah, I took off the leather armor. Now it should be the studded leather.
Just a second. Let me see one thing here.
If I had access to a sheet, I'd see what I could do, but I don't have it.
Regardless, after picking up all the things that you needed to pick, what else are you guys doing? Being squad.
Can I just pick up a few canisters of oil?
Sure. I would say that that's easy enough to procure.
Can I get materials to craft potions?
Yes.
I'm looking up the cost for that myself. Just save you time. Okay,
Don't
I'm
forget to
gonna
pick up some
pick
more
up,
vials, you guys. Empty vials.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up 5 empty vials. That sounds good.
Okay.
Just a thought.
I'm gonna spend 1 gold and pick up 10 flasks of silver. 10 flasks of oil. I'm also gonna pick up some pen and paper for Stupard.
Of course you are. So, to not delay things any longer, I would say go to the player's handbook, find out those basic items on page 150 something, and you can go ahead and deduct those yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him a book so he so it's easier for him to make notes.
Unless you are... The only thing from the basic item list that you cannot buy is poison and healing potions. Otherwise, you can buy pretty much anything that's on the list. On the adventuring gear on page 150.
So how much do I spend buying supplies for making potions?
How many potions are you looking forward to making?
I'm gonna say 5, but more so because I want to have materials for the future.
Then you spend about 125 gold pieces.
Okay.
Here's Stupard. I give him all the things.
Okay. He eagerly picks up the things that you give him, and he keeps all of it. Including your own things that you gave him.
Yep. That way I can add back my pen.
That you can.
Summer Lad. Sam?
What?
Adnis and Loza aren't here. Any way you can send them a message?
Probably. I have sending prepared. Okay, who of the two do you want to send it, and what do you want?
Tell Loza Alistar is missing. If he knows anything that could help us find her, relay something back.
Okay, so Alistar is missing. Know anything that can help find?
Yes.
Okay. So
Alright,
Summerlad, you send that message to Loza then.
Yes.
Okay. You do cast send off that message to Loza. But a few moments later, the you get a sense that the message was successfully sent to Loza. It did found the recipient, and he totally got the message.
Alright, who answer?
The answer that Loza gives is that pretty much he just says, look around the Mouse Marsh.
Okay, I'm gonna say it to him. Look around Mars.
Yeah, that's helpful.
You get the sense that the Arcane Academics, they don't really have a whole lot of notes. They don't keep track of what each other are doing, so it's harder to track one of them.
Okay. Send this message to Adnis, Summerlad.
Okay, what is the message?
Tell her we found out that there are Senfidines under our house.
Okay.
They're friendly, and if they want to talk with them, just find a way to contact us.
Okay, Senfadine under the house, friendly, and what's more?
If you want to know more, please talk with us in person.
Alright,
Okay.
Senfadai under the house, friendly. If you want more, come find.
Yeah, a moment later, Summerlad, you get the sense that the message was also delivered.
Are we
And-
still in town?
Come again?
Are we still in town?
Yes. The
Can I
message.
go and buy cooking? Can I after this? Can I go and buy cooking supplies?
Sure. Like I said, go ahead and check out whatever you want to buy
I'll look
from
up the price for you, Sam.
from the book, and you can assume you go and buy that. That's so we don't.
Cook's utensils are a gold piece, Sam.
So mark that off, Sam. One gold
Okay.
piece for the cooking supplies, and Agnes, she just responds to the sending with a. Are you for real? I will be coming as soon as I can. Take care of Draken. So,
I'll relay this information.
as all of you guys are, I imagine you guys are not together. All of you are kind of separated, right? Each one doing their own thing in town.
Yeah, I figured we'd reconvene at the end.
Lilith is just sort of waiting around with the cart because she doesn't have anything to do.
Okay.
You're helping keep the Samphodines in the shadows.
Fair enough. Okay, Matthias, what are you doing right now? Tiger? I don't know that he's there. Well then.
Sorry, did you need me for something?
Yes. I want to know, is there something that you're doing currently in town, in Dorf?
There's nothing I can get in the shops, and probably I'm just taking care of our Symphidine friends.
Okay. As you and Lilith are by the cart, they just watching over your Symphidine friends, one of the guards, they approach you. And they ask you by your full name. Are you Matthias Lucendi of the Being Squad?
Yes, I am.
The secretary let us know that we have a prisoner, and the prisoner has requested to talk to you and nobody else, and well, the secretary is asking for you.
Okay. I guess I can talk to the prisoner.
Alright. Are you going with anyone else?
Well, I would probably mention this to Lilith, that I'm probably going to be going and talking to our prisoner that was in the jail cells at the town. Because I don't want anyone to know that I'm going there alone. I mean, going there without them knowing.
Okay.
So do you want Lilith to come along or stay with
I
the
mean,
cart?
the prisoner requested I be alone, but I would like Lilith close by,
Okay.
if possible.
So can I wait, like, I don't know, in the hall outside or in the next room over or something?
Hall outside, I think, would probably be fine.
Emergency backup just in case.
I'll holler.
Fair enough. You leave Hentai and fell back with the cart to take care of your Symphidine friends, who were once again sheltering themselves from the sun under a big tarp. as the morning sun does not agree with them, and you, Matthias, and you, Lilith, go to the jail. Once you are there, the jails of Dorf are not big at all. They're incredibly small, and if it doesn't even feel like it was a jail to begin with, it feels like it was something else that was either converted to be a jail, or when they built this, they had a lot of resources left over, because it feels like it could be used as something else for this room. It has a nice little desk to one corner. It has a bed on another corner, and instead of being just bars, there's a whole solid masonry wall, and then a door that goes into the room where the prisoner is meant to be. And the guard leading you there says, "So these they say that the prisoner is the woman that was leading the Dark Brotherhood, but even though we have her, the battles up north are still going, so I really don't know if she's really their leader. But, well, off you go with you." And as he leads you through the corridor, Matthias, you do see Arden over there by the door, just waiting with his arms crossed and kind of on a very pensive pose, and he stops as he sees you showing up. "Oh, hello there. Matthias, right?"
So she wanted to talk to me.
"Yes, it seems like Ansas wants to talk. And weirdly enough, she requested you by name."
Alright. Still,
So,
Alright.
do you have any idea what she might want to talk about?
No, not at all do I know what she would want to talk about. And I turn to Lilith and I look at her and say, if I shout anything or holler or give you a signal, you come in, because there'd be problems.
I won't hesitate, don't worry.
So I head into
Okay.
the
room. As you do, Matthias, you see that as you enter the room with Ansas Noir, that she's being kept prisoner there, you see that oddly enough, her hands are free, and her mouth is not ball-gagged as it was before. But instead, there is one knight inside the room, and another person with a weird clothing that you don't quite recognize.
It doesn't look like the what's the
I will say this is a player we have never seen the Inquisition.
Yes, you have
I
never
know the
seen...
Inquisition. It doesn't look like the Truth Seekers though, because we've seen them before.
Yeah, it does not look like them. You get the sense that they might be the Inquisition, but you have never seen them before. And they do appear to be guarding They do appear to be guarding her and being there, ready to stop her from doing any sort of invocations or incantations or whatever.
All right, and I look around and say, "Is it two? What do the two people look like that are in there with her?"
They're both humans. One of them is a knight. He seems to be clad in metal armor, head to toe, pretty much. Just he's holding a short sword in one hand and a rapier in another, just looking at her, getting ready now that you have entered the room, poising for possible combat that may or may not happen here. He seems to be prepared. The other one just seems to be holding on very tightly to to a holy symbol. But as you look at them, you do get the weird sense that they might have been Inquisition once, but not anymore. You'll see that they don't wear any specific insignia or emblems or anything that links them to the Inquisition. You see that they are powerful on their own, but they don't seem to be following a physical order of sorts. They seem to be working
So
on their
I'm
own.
guessing you two have been guarding her.
Yes, we have.
And may I ask who you are?
Oh, sure. I'm Joanne. And says the one that seems to be holding no weapons, just this holy symbol. Imagine that she might be a cleric. The other one, he nods and presents himself. I'm Jacques. We are here to guard her. The mayor asked us to guard over her, said that she's a very dangerous individual.
Yes, she is a very dangerous individual. And you guys aren't affiliated with any groups? Or you just...
Well, we were. We're no longer. Now we work for the people of Dorf, I believe.
Okay.
Regardless, it's not here. We're not here to talk about ourselves, but
Fair enough.
her.
I just kind of was curious. And then I turn to Ansis and I say, Hello, Ansis. You requested to speak with me specifically. What is it that you want?
Ansa, she seems to be just like with her arms crossed on top of her legs. She's a little bit hunched over, kind of looking down into the floor, and then she looks up at you very slowly. Very slowly. She doesn't seem to be. If she really, you can tell from her face that she does not enjoy being there at all. And she looks over at you slowly. You are Matthias, right? You're his son.
Wait. His son?
Yes.
Who are you talking about?
Anthony, right? You're Anthony's son.
How? How do you know my father?
Well, your father, he was a very adventurous man in his day. I don't expect that he would have told you about me, about people, but
He didn't talk much of his adventuring days to me or any of his children.
Well, regardless, he parted us in a very bad-spirited way back when we were still in the mainland in Hosenfeld. We were all adventurers of a sort, and all of us, we found the Shroud of Iglebeth. It was in the hands of a peddler who, well, it had been stolen by one peddler and then by another peddler and then stolen by yet another, and eventually we cornered one of them and managed to get the shroud. Only upon getting it that we realized what it was and what powers it held. That's when your father betrayed us. Betrayed me. And ran away with it.
I've heard mention that my father went and hid the cloak, but he never mentioned you or anyone else. Never told me his adventuring days. And you say he betrayed you.
Well, I wouldn't imagine that one
Why?
would come clean about having betrayed and cheated someone so blatantly like he did once such a good thief as he was. Now, I don't know what happened to him, but eventually you understand that I had to recover the shroud. It was important. It still is.
Recovered.
Only later that, well, one of my colleagues managed to find where your father was and sent out undead after him to recover the shroud.
So it was. It was. You see, I start gripping my hands into fists, trying to control my anger. So it was your people, your group, that sent them. I knew it.
Well,
I had a feeling.
we wouldn't need to send anyone anywhere if your father hadn't betrayed us and run away with our treasure, with what all of us gathered, with what all of us got. He
When
didn't.
you were back in your adventuring days, I interrupt her. Were you with this group back then?
All of
The
us
Dark
were.
Brotherhood?
Not the Dark Brotherhood, not yet. We were our own group.
You were your own group. Who all was in this group? You, my father, anyone else?
Well, I don't know that you would know of them. People from the mainland, from all over the place. Branislav
still
was
like
the
to
one
know.
who sent everyone after your father. All the minions. But
Branislav.
in the group there was also...
Was he part of your group?
He came into our group afterwards. He was the one that hired us to recover the shroud. And we did. But then your father stole it from us. And by us, I mean me.
Why did you...
Your father, Alarder, and Dari. All four of us, we found it, we recovered it. It belonged to all four of us, and then it would have been... There was an order to what we were doing, and your father went and ruined it.
What? What was this order?
We were supposed to deliver it to Branislav. We were paid to do a job. But when we showed up, missing one member and missing what we were supposed to bring, Branislav took something from us instead. Something dear to me. And it's your father's fault.
My father's fault. What was so special about the... I mean, I don't even know about the shroud. What was so special about it that Branislav had it?
We discovered that it was a relic. An artifact. Very old one from before. From way before. One of the almighty gifts, as everyone's calling them today. Back then we didn't know what they were. What it was.
I've heard about the gifts before. Yes. And we also know that Branislav wants them to do something with them. I'm wondering, you know.
Well, I want nothing to do with Branislav. I
Don't.
wanted...
What did he take from you that it was my father's fault?
Oh, ask your father. He will... Hell. Let's see if he is brave enough to come clean with what he did. And admit to his wrongdoings. He
My
took
father did in the.
he took from me someone I really cared about.
He took from you because of taking the cloak. That Branislav did that.
Yes, upon taking the cloak, Branislav demanded another payment for, well, for the job. He wanted the cloak. We didn't have the cloak. So he took my fiance. He trolled him and turned him into an undead. You see, I want nothing to do with Branislav, but if I recover the cloak, and if Branislav plans come to fruition, he'll be able to give me back my fiance. He can't undo what he did.
I'm not here to know about my father's past and to see blame on him for what he did. That was his own choices. His choices have come to fruition here. But
you're his son.
if you know of Branislav's plan, I think you know why my father ran away with the cloak then. He wouldn't let that Branislav have his plans, and his only thoughts were to stop it, were to take the cloak away from him.
Are you sure of that? Are you really sure of that, Matthias?
Because what does this cloak do? I mean, what's so special about it that it's a gift of the gods?
Well, it's an artifact. I never seen it. I never got the chance to hold it in my hands and witness its powers before your father stole it away. Otherwise, I would gladly tell you what it does. But you, Matthias, I call you here for another reason that has everything to do with the subject. Your father owned the cloak. Branislav sent minions to recover the cloak. And yet, they didn't bring it back. They were halted midway, and the cloak has vanished. I would say, Matthias, that you can put to rights what your father did wrong so many years ago. You can retrieve this cloak and bring it back to Branislav.
Why would I want to bring it back to him?
Well, because your father made something very wrong. He stole something he didn't own, that didn't belong to him. As far as I know, that's wrongdoing. And you, as his son and heir, should correct what he has done. Don't you agree?
I'm not. We're not. As a part, we've grown, we've learned about Branislav's plans, and with that, I wouldn't. I'm not going to bring the cloak to him because he could completely end the world if he does. He's trying to do something that shouldn't be done. So, I mean, yes, my father may have wronged you. That is quite possible. He might have ran away. He might have stolen it for his own greed. But that was his own fault. He has to live with those decisions. If he wants to come and tell his own son that he did this, I'll accept that. But I am not fixing the problems he made when he took away that cloak, because from what I've learned, and we've learned that Brenislav is doing, there's some malicious things he wants to do, and he's needing all these items to do. I mean, why should I? When he's bring something to him, when he's already attacked one of my friends. Your son, he drained the life out of. Why would I do anything for a man like that?
At this point, Ancestry just slams her hands against against the chair that he's sitting on very hard and stands up and says, "You foolish child! Don't you see what you're doing? You have to commit. You have to put rights to wrong. You have to undo what he did." And at this point, Joan and Jax, they both take a step forward and be like, "Whoa! I wouldn't do that if I were you." And Ansys, at this point, she is standing up. She has taken a couple steps towards you at this point, but she has been halted, so to speak. And you can see now that she is really angry at you. Matthias, you are a foolish child if you think that you understand what is going on. You understand nothing, you know nothing, and you are playing at a game that you're too naive to understand.
I'm too naive. Well, no answers. Why will you not tell us? Are you trying to keep secrets from us? You don't ever say anything. You're always in interpretations and things. I mean, if you want to tell us about Brenislav's plans, I mean, go right ahead. I'm sure we'd gladly listen to you. We might not take them for all your word, but you'd be telling what there is. If you can't tell us because of some reason, then I mean, what are we supposed to do here? We're trying to learn about his machinations here, and I have no clue.
All right. So Matthias, out of nowhere, you just see Ansas now. She just flies at you pretty much. She's livid. She just jumps at your neck and tries to claw you out with her nails, and you can see the madness in her eyes as she does. So, and does 16 hits your AC?
No.
Okay. You nimbly enough put up your arms and blocks her hands from reaching at your face, and as soon as she attempts that, you can see Joanne in the back. She mutters a prayer very quickly and casts Hold Person on Ansas, who instantly freezes with her face still in anger and looking at you, but she is completely just completely stopped now and held in place by Joanne's powers. And at this point, Jax, he just steps forward and says, "Oh, okay. I think we have seen enough. Well, I'm sorry to have disturbed you, sir. I will ask you to leave, please."
That's fine. I think we are done here anyway. If she doesn't want to talk anymore and just decides to attack me, I guess that's where we end this. And I step out.
Okay. You leave the room to find both Lilith and Arden in the hall, looking at you now. Arden has a very expectant expression on his eyes, looking at you, kinda waiting for you to relay some information.
At first, you see, I've got a very weary look on my face. Like, lots of things have been revealed to me that maybe I didn't want to know. Things that question what things have been in my head, what things have been maybe in my past, and all that. And I take a deep sigh. And I'm just rubbing my face. Just standing there.
Well, did she
Well-
reveal anything about the war? Asks Arden.
Sadly, no.
Oh. Well, then that's a shame. But
She didn't tell me anything about the war. She just told me something about the past. Something I didn't know.
anything useful?
Maybe I didn't want to know. Apparently, she knew my father. They worked together at one point.
Did they? Who was her father?
Anthony Lucendi. My
Anthony.
father was over in the Old Lands. Apparently, they both found one of the relics of the Almighties, and the job was to give it to Brenislav. That didn't happen because of my father.
You see this very puzzled look on Artisan's face now as he thinks this information true.
I've gotta apparently talk to my father at some point.
Well, you do that. We all have...
But unfortunately, she didn't tell me anything about Brenislav's plans right now. She kept telling me that I needed to right my wrong, go get the shroud and bring it to Brenislav, which, no. That's something that I wasn't going to do.
Well,
And then she got upset with me about it.
oh, that's a shame, but I hope you understand that currently we don't know what we're facing and we need every piece of information, every advantage we can get, and I thought that she would reveal something, so I really apologize for putting you in this position, Matthias, but thank you for at least trying.
I look at Arden and I tell him, no, I agree. We needed any information, but she brought up things that weren't something that were useful, at least for you and the armies. I wish I could give you more. I sigh, look at Arden. I really do. But at least I guess she says she wants nothing more to do with him. So there's at least that benefit that possibly she'll leave him. Not that she'll help us, but at least we won't have to maybe face her again in the future.
Well, not while she's locked up, at least.
True.
Well, in any case, I'll leave you to it then. I have some documents to go and write. Try and get as much out of this as I can. If you'll excuse me.
You take care, Arden.
You see Arden bowing politely through the both of you, and he leaves back through the hall and up and out of the building where they are holding the captives in here. And you, Matthias, are alone in the hall with Lilith now.
Lilith just sees Matthias there. He's trying to calm down, unclench his fists, see him just kind of moving on, taking deeper breaths than normal. Frustrated, annoyed, hurt maybe. Just kind of trying to just quiet and deep breaths, just thinking, trying to collect this information that he might possibly be true.
And I believe
He's just like,
I believe you all start making your way to reconvene at the cart, right?
Just one thing. I want to ask Arden a question.
Who? Arden.
Arden.
you're not even there.
Yeah, I know. This is the one last thing for Dracon's business he wanted to finish up.
Sure, Draken. As everyone is on their way to reconvene in the cart, Real quick, Flint had gone to the smithy. Drake and you went to Lowe's and Company. Hentai, you and Fel both stayed at the cart. Summerlad, where did you go again?
He went to the smithy too.
To the smithy.
Yeah, so I would have given Summerled the new since it was done.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to get the new armor.
Okay. With did you mark that off in your sheet?
Yeah, I marked the armor in my sheet, and also I put the chain mail on the cart because it's
Okay. You change armors. Enjoying your party mates' help to do so because it's hard taking out a piece of armor and replacing it with another. And the graph, you where again?
I followed along with Flint.
Okay, so Graf, Flint, and Summerled went to the smithy.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, there you go.
For some reason you couldn't before. Sorry about that.
It's alright.
It's okay.
That's okay.
I basically just said out loud what I put in chat.
Okay. And
Just touches with that, so you need a minute.
as all of you are reconvening to the cart, Drake and I believe you are pulling Arding aside as you see him walking out of a building in the middle of the town. Okay. Oh, hello there, Mr. Balder. What can I help you with?
Where's the Prince of Sofok? You said he was giving your support to your plans for that new building.
Well, wouldn't we like to know that? It sort of vanished ever since the Inquisition showed up, and we haven't been able to see him ever since. We have only been given reports of his actions and movements from the Golden Trio. Every once in a while they send messages over to here, and then we can get to know what's going on with him, but unfortunately we don't know where he is.
Well, the next time he sends a messenger, tell him a Balder would like to speak with him.
I sure will. By a Balder, you mean yourself, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
And we have to talk about that building.
What building?
I'm trying not to talk about your plans, and I'm using a building as a cover.
Oh. The building, okay. Well, sorry, I'm overworked as it is and I can't barely hold my thoughts together. Sure, we can talk about the building whenever. I will...
I'm working on those documents for you.
Okay. Mr. Balder, sure. Sure. Alright, I believe we can look forward to further cooperating in the future then.
Okay.
Anything
Have
else?
a nice day.
Okay, sure thing, Mr. Boulder. Off we go with you, and I will go out my own way, as one does.
I'll give you those documents at a later time.
Please do. I'll be looking forward to them. And you and Arden part ways, and you all go back to the cart. But before all of you are able to, before everyone is able to reconvene at the cart, I would like everyone to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, come on.
$12.
14.
I rolled a 1.
Oh no.
Brian rolled natural 20.
Yep, Fel got a lovely natural. Okay, you can stop clicking
Oh,
buttons.
Trying not to.
Clicking-
He's on his phone, give him a break.
My dog.
Sam got a 25 too.
Did he? Okay. I guess we're missing. No, nobody. We're missing Z. Hentai. Oh, there you go. Oh no, poor Hentai.
Me and Anti roll natural 1s.
Okay. So, as all of you are walking through the city, all of you feel a very slight shudder, a chill down your spine, if you will, and you just feel once again that being watched over feeling and sensation, but you try to shake it off as the nightmare that had plagued you until very recently.
Grath looks around. Does he see anything?
Graf, as you look around, 15 for your wisdom saving throw. As you look around, you see nothing. Graf.
Okay.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
I would just like to point out, Summerlad has something that prevents divination.
I know.
This isn't divination, though. Flint, feeling very perturbed by this yet again, will also be looking around.
Okay, Flint, as you look around, both you and Graf, neither of you see nothing out of the ordinary.
My 20 passive perception has been really helpful.
We need to. I feel unnerved as well.
Ooh, what was that?
And unnerved as all of you are, you eventually reconvene at the cart in the center of the city and prepare for the next step in your journey, which is to where, Bean Squad?
I think Malmarsh, because I
Alright.
can't talk with Loza.
Poor you.
Is Fel even affected? I don't think Fel or
He
Sam
got a
would have been.
natural 20 on his save.
I mean, you would know if something had happened.
Yeah.
Or rather, maybe you wouldn't. But who knows? You eventually all reconvene at the cart, and you prepare to leave for Marsh. And you do.
Marshmallow.
Marshmallow. You all prepare to leave the delicious sugary treat that is. Actually, leave towards the sugary treat city that is Marshmallow.
Let's not burn it.
So mean to Fel. He doesn't get to know what's going on.
So 100 kilometers, that will take you guys about. What is the cart speed again? I believe you're
40.
I believe you're pushing the cart as you always do. So it'll take you guys about 11 hours to get to Marsh.
Along the way, Matthias will spill the beans on what Ansys said. Try taking it slowly enough and being like, and yeah, that's what she said. She said my father stole the cloak away, and that Brenislav did something to her and the others because of him.
You talked with her? Did she do anything to you?
No. There's a couple guards there, really tough. Looked like previously working with an organization, maybe like the Inquisition or something. But they're guarding her, and one's a priest, so she's quite guarded. But yeah, she told me that apparently the reason why she worked with Brenislav and is working with Brenislav is because he took and turned her fiance into an undead. But it's because apparently of my father, because my father stole the shroud. Not that I knew any of this, or even if it's true.
If your father did keep the shroud from Branislav, all I think this really proves is that Branislav has been after these for a lot longer than we thought, and has been planning this for a long time. Because I doubt he was looking after these things and would do such harsh punishments if he had good, honest intentions.
Another thing I would kind of like to bring up is that your father did work for my family, technically. So
I
maybe
know.
he was working under their orders to get the shroud and keep it away.
It's quite possible.
I
It's
could ask
also
my
the
father
reason
in a
why
letter.
It's also the reason why my village was attacked.
Matthias, at this moment, you realize that you know very little about your father's life before all of this, or what he may have done in his youth. And you found you do find the lack of information you have on his backstory very disconcerting. You really don't know anything about him. So at any point, anything could be true, and anything could be a lie. You really don't know.
Yep. It's frustrating me all to get out.
Matthias, is your father still alive?
He is. He's still back over on the old land, old world, along with my siblings. But yeah, no, he's still alive. I mean, I'll have to ask him what's going on.
Fell on meditating to see what is watching you. You were not here earlier, so you didn't miss a very big moment. Back in the cave, when you guys were on the ground on the same day village, all of you had a nightmare.
Except for Grath and Draco.
Yes. Almost everyone had a nightmare where you felt like something was watching you, and ever since you guys wake up, you haven't been able to quite shake that feeling. And in that one moment in the middle of the town, you felt that much stronger than you had before. But yeah, you sure can meditate to try and glean anything out of that. Go ahead and make a wisdom check, Fel, to see if you can glean anything out of this. Speaking of which, is there anything you guys want to try and accomplish during this journey? From Dwarf to Malsmarsh?
I would like
You know
to
what
talk
I'm
to
doing.
Flint.
I am crafting potions.
Okay, just to keep in mind, most of you are walking because you have decided to leave the cart for the same day, so not all of you will
There
be...
is someone driving the cart. I'm
Yes.
just going to say that.
Someone is driving the car, the same day and they're in the back and occupying most of the space, so not all of you will be able to do something because you are walking.
Yeah. I'll
So-
probably not be really doing much besides walking because there's a lot on my mind right now.
Theoretically, you can always do like some passive hunting on your as you walk, kind of following the
That
cart.
would probably be what I'd do because I'd want to distract myself.
Okay.
Also, Saphira probably needs food.
She's an endless button of food, that one.
She's a growing girl and needs food.
But Summerlet, you're trying to make potions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say go ahead and give me a herbalism kit check. To see if you can, how many potions you can make and if you are able to make them.
Intelligence
7.
or wisdom?
7, okay.
Guidance 2.
Sure.
I don't think you're going to get much with a 5.
7, 9.
9.
Fortunately, Summerlet, being on your feet and walking and trying to keep up the whole brewing of potions as you're walking and the atmosphere is changing so drastically all over the place, really doesn't help. And when you realize you have spoiled some of your some of the materials for your potion making, so mark down that you only have materials enough to make 4 potions in the future if you attempt to again. Fel, as you try and meditate and feel the world around you, really try and glean what might have been that weird sensation that you felt, and that your party mates might have also felt here now. You do get a sense that you still get somewhat of a sense that you might have been watched, but you also shake the thought and think there's no way that someone could watch us so closely and in such a way that felt so invasive. You just shake the thought and disregard it. No one could have been spying you that so intently as you felt. Draken?
I have a weird idea. As we're walking, I'm just kind of gonna pray to Gapitor and ask if she was the one watching.
Boy, oh boy. Make a wisdom check, Draken.
Come on, sheet open.
As you are walking.
That is super cocked on my screen.
Yeah, that's pretty on the border.
I can't see your screen, so I'll take that 6.
I know it's
that 4 rather. Draken, as you are walking, you try and find a moment of relative peace and quiet, where you can meditate and concentrate, and you mutter a soft prayer to Gaffeder on your way to ask for reassurance, pretty much. But you don't get anything out of it. You feel like your prayers have been sent into the sky, into the air. And other than you sort of feel good being in the woods as you are walking through the road, but other than that, you don't feel anything different.
Yeah, worth a shot.
Anything anyone else want to try and attempt to do?
I would like to talk to Flint.
Okay.
Did you want a survival check for me for doing the passive hunting or what?
I would say, actually, is anyone else helping you with that? Summerlad was already doing potions, so he can't.
You want me to help you, Matthias?
I mean, if Grath wants to come with me, I'm totally up for that.
Okay. So Graf would come as well. Go ahead and make me a survival check with advantage, Matthias.
16.
16, alright.
I didn't know it was helping.
You are able to... The both of you are able to gather quite a handful of animals from your hunting. Enough to be able to make quite a lot of meal for when you... Well, for yourselves and for Sapphira. Mostly Sapphira, judging by the amount of meat you got from hunting and scavenging.
Good.
And as you expected, the time away from most of your companions and into the woods just hunting, just you in the forest and your trainee of sorts, it helps you a little while, Matthias. And as you are hunting in the woods, just you and yourself and your thoughts right now, you think to yourself, many thoughts. Could she have been lying? What of it was really true? Did they really work together? Wouldn't I have known that by now somehow? Is it possible that I really did not know my father, my family, to this degree?
Yeah, That's a lot about it.
But other than that, hunting goes just fine. And meanwhile, Lilith and Flint, the both of you managed to scout ahead a little bit in front of the cart as you are marching through the fields and find a moment to talk to yourselves.
So, Flint, we're definitely gonna be dealing with the crane again.
Yep.
You're very certain that they're evil, right?
I don't think evil's the word for it, but they're ruthless. They'll do pretty much whatever they want to get ahead in their own lives. Very little regard. So, no, not evil, but they need to be stopped because they're just doing things for themselves the very wrong way.
So they're brutal and aggressive, you would say then, yeah?
Brutal and aggressive, and the things they do can be perceived as evil, but I don't think they're evil.
Because when we were in Hokengen and the crane came after us at the inn, all they did was stand at the door trying to get in instead of just blasting the innkeeper or shoving past him. And the only reason they attacked us is I'm pretty sure because Draco shot one of them in the head. Like, every time they've attacked us, they've gone after you, but you've made it a point to be their enemy. I don't know, like,
It's because
they just seem like they don't want you messing with them anymore.
Well, back home, like I said, they were ruthless. They came in, they started doing their shit, they started messing with us. So that's why I was called in to go and stop them. So yeah, they're not gonna like me at all. Especially since I stole some shit from them. Which I don't even know if it works anymore. Because, I crashed and all.
I'm just wondering if there isn't a better way to solve this solution than a protracted battle. A better solution than to this situation.
Well, I mean, there could be. I don't know. Anytime anyone has tried to talk with them, it didn't end well. And the reason why they were outside the inn trying to get in instead of just going in, they're just as strange to this place as I am. So they might have seen some of that magic stuff going around. So maybe they're scared of someone casting some insta death spell or something. Is that a thing? Insta death spell?
There's some pretty deadly spells. I know some monks in my order are capable of almost killing people in one hit.
Yeah, and
They're powerful monks.
And Hantai tosses fire around willy-nilly, so they're probably just as scared of this place as I am.
I suppose it's just they don't seem to be acting especially brutal. They just seem to be defensive of their property, which is probably why they went after Alistair, and disliking of you because of the shit you've stolen from them.
Well, they're brutal, but they're also smart. Because, like I said, if they're scared of this place and they're scared of whatever magic might be around, they're not just going to trouble. Not unless they know they can win.
I'm just saying, they don't, I guess they can be bad, but they don't seem Branislav levels of bad.
No, probably not, but I haven't seen all of their machinations and experiments and whatever else. I don't know what they have.
Yeah. Either way, I think we should do some observing once we find them rather than just go right in. Because if we can solve this without a protracted combat where we have to wipe most of them out, I would consider that a preferable outcome.
No, I agree with that. Go scout, see what we can learn, and then decide whether we do an all-out assault or a stealth mission or something.
Might be possible to talk with them too. They're as lost and alone as you are, basically. It might be better to try to get them to understand that they need to adapt to a new environment.
Alright.
I am contracted to this.
Can't hear you at all.
I think that's fine.
You're very, very quiet, cutting up. He's gone.
This is very good. Speaking of observation, I would like the both of you who are leading this scouting party, Flint and Lilith, to make a perception check. But Flint, you make so with disadvantage because it's nighttime and you don't have night vision.
Yeah, Breath has not cast it on me at the moment, so that
Okay,
is
I only rolled a 13.
well, that's a wasted natural 20.
Oh, there you go.
And I wanted to include, I was going to say, I don't know if I'm hearing Flint's talking, but Bella's contracted to this group. Anybody who hurts any one of you is an enemy.
Yeah, that's very much appreciated. And right back at you, buddy. Anyone tries to mess with you, I'll put a bullet in their head.
But let's not if we don't have to.
If we don't have to, yeah, but if it's those,
Have to take all the fun out of it.
if it's all those people that turn into other animals and try and kill Fell again, no, they get bullied.
Regardless, Flint and Lilith, the both of you are able to spot as you enter the marshlands. The marshes where the ground gets very soggy and the terrain is very uneven, and you are able to call the cart to a halt before it sloshes into a very big pit of water, and you are able now to trace your steps a little bit better to avoid tumbling over the cart or losing a wheel or something worse. And you make a mental note to yourselves that traveling at night is hard, especially when you are in such precarious terrain such as these. Regardless, nothing wrong happens, and you just move forward as you were. And within the hour, you do reach the city of Mal's Marsh.
Okay, we're in the city.
And as you do, once again, you are in the city of Mal's Marsh, which you have visited like once ago?
Yeah, once.
Yeah, once, and it was some time ago.
And it's nighttime, it's 11 in the evening. All of you are somewhat tired from traveling so much for so long. But you are somewhat happy to finally be here. And on top of that, what are you going to do, Bean Squad?
Hey, should we investigate the Arcanist's place now or wait until morning?
What time of day is it? Is it like 11 o'clock, you said?
Yes, 11 in the evening.
If we can rest now, we can check it out at 7 a.m. and try to see. We'd at least have light then.
Yeah.
Unless you guys want to try to spy on it on the night, but I don't know if we can even get in.
Yeah, well,
I want to look at the tower to see if we can get in at night. See if there's a guard.
and Graf did his thing again, so I can see just fine now.
Okay, Graf, once again you go and release one of your spells onto Flint, sorry, and enables him to see in the dark.
Graf, sorry, didn't know it was dark already.
That's alright, passing time with Matthias and hunting and all that.
So where are you guys going to right now?
Might as well go check out that tower and at least scope it out.
Okay. So you do walk in the general direction of the tower, which you remember from the last time you were here talking to Alistair. However, upon reaching it, you do notice that the tower has a gigantic blast hole on the side, on the wall, and which wasn't there before at all, because you remember this place.
Well,
Fuck?
there's
That's a big hole.
Well, the Kreen finally stormed into a place.
You do remember the general layout of this place. It was the shop, and then to the side there was sort of a garden, an inner garden surrounded by a wall, a masonry wall that kind of protected this inner garden from the swampy area surrounding the city and everything in it. And then behind the shop itself there was the tower proper that was quite high, and there was a thing whose name I forgot, telescope on the top of the tower. As you approach, you do see that the wall to the inner garden has been breached. There's a big explosion. There's rocks all over the place, and that's what you can see from this distance. And no guards, as it happens.
Well, if there are no guards around, we can take a closer look.
I think a few of us should go in. Not everybody.
Who's got good investigation so they can check the area out, and preferably can see in the dark.
I could see in the dark if Greth did something to me.
I'm going to go inside regardless, because if the Kreen are about, I'm going to be looking.
Wrath will go over to Dracon and touch him on the forehead and give him dark vision. Boop. Boop.
Thank you.
Alright. So, who is going inside then?
I'm definitely going inside.
I'll come help these.
Should
I'll
I go
go
inside? Do you think it's a
Not
good
everybody
idea?
has to go in.
Okay, I'll go inside then.
Okay, so Summerlad, Matthias, Flint, Draken, who else?
And Grath.
Okay, the 5 of you.
And I will also be
First things first, I'm going to cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay, all of you stealth up, thanks to Matthias's shenanigans. So you add 10 to your stealth check roll. So
35 with the Pass Without a Trace.
26.
everyone vanishes.
I needed that. 19.
There you go. Summerlad, make a stealth check.
You
At
disadvantage.
disadvantage, eh?
Yes. As you see your party mates entering the tower, but instead of just walking in, they hunch over and crouch and stick to the shadows and go in. 11, okay.
That's an 11.
At least it's not a natural one.
Yeah.
There you go. Yes, the 3 of you and the Symphony, the 4 Symphony that you have with you are staying outside on the cart, just kind of watching over this whole shenanigan that is taking place right now, as the 3 of you go into the tower itself, the tower proper. So, the 5 of you, upon entering through this big ass hole that leads to the garden, you can see now there's a lot of debris around. Flint, what is your passive perception again?
20.
Okay. There's a lot of debris around, and as you are going through it, you do see further ahead that the wall to the tower, to the main place of the tower that leads to a staircase. There used to be a door there, which I have only seen in passing. I have never been beside it, but that door has been blasted open as well, and in fact the whole door frame has been blasted open by some sort of explosion that happened.
Carefully stepping my way to that broken door, looking out for any signs of cream.
Okay. So you do make your way to the door looking for signs of cream, and the way that you see the explosions in here, you do recognize them to be fragmentation grenades that have indeed exploded around this place, and you imagine that that had something to do with the way that they were able to breach through the walls and inside, and you imagine that also the Kree might have employed bigger weaponry precisely to do this.
Oh, great! They have a fuse thing from Rainbow Six.
Furthermore, upon going through the door that is no longer a door, it's just a passage, a big ass hole in the wall.
He's a door.
You do see a staircase in this round tower. There's actually two towers, but this one seems to be more of an access tower, not a tower with the telescope. And this one has a circular staircase that kind of goes upwards, hugging the walls.
I'm gonna go up the staircase.
Okay.
I was going to do that after giving floor a cursory glance.
So Draken, you eagerly go up and climb the staircase before anyone else has the chance to. You do climb up what feels to be like 2 stories high, maybe 3, and then you get to a upper level where you do come up to another floor of the tower, the only other floor in the tower. That is much higher above. You feel like you're climbing something around 120 steps.
Well, I don't want to fall down these.
Over there, you do see another door that has also been blasted open.
Okay.
This door now it leads to a battlement that connects one tower to another. The other tower being the one with the telescope itself, and it seems to be larger than the one that you're currently in.
Is there anything else beyond the door? Or is it...
No, it's just a tower you're in. The open frame where you suppose there was once a door, but there is nothing there anymore. This short battlement's about 25 feet long before you reach the other tower. And the door to the other tower is indeed closed.
Quick question, does this tower keep going up, or is this just like the top floor of the tower?
This is the top floor of the tower.
Okay, I'm gonna make my way across to that door.
Okay. It's a 25 feet difference between the 2 towers, so in very few steps you are over there to the other door. As the rest of your party mates climb up the stairs and are right behind you.
I will investigate the door.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
Come on. Why do you do this? Come on. 14.
14, alright. Looking at the door, it does not seem to be locked. You do feel a small magical essence to it though. Because you are part wizard and you can tell that. You feel like there's some enchantment to this door.
Okay, I'm gonna summon my familiar and have him... Does it look like there are windows at the top of the tower?
Nope. The only window actually wouldn't necessarily be a window, would be the big ass hole where the telescope is looking out of.
I will have my owl fly in there.
Okay. It's very tight, very snug to go through that.
It's a tiny creature.
I know. That's what I was getting to. It is
Yeah.
Your owl is small enough to get into that very snug hole, but you and your party mates would not be able to. Not unless you were to try very hard. Probably Hentai could be able to do it. Regardless, your owl flies in and is now sitting inside the room. I believe your owl
How high up is the telescope?
it's like the base of the telescope is a little bit to the side from the center of the tower, and it's the beginning is on ground level, and the upper part like some 10 feet up in the air. It's kind of pointing upwards.
I'm asking, am I 100 feet away from my owl? That's the thing.
No, you're not.
Okay. I'm gonna look through my owl's eyes first.
Okay, can your owl see in the dark?
It has 120 feet of dark vision.
Okay, it can see in the dark then.
Yes.
And you're looking through your owl's eyes. You can see there's a desk to the side near the door. You can see there's a bed, and you can see that there's a small trunk, a chest, to the opposite wall of the door.
Does the whole place look like it was shaken up at all?
Yes, you do see some things scattered over on the floor.
Okay, I'm gonna have my owl fly down to the door.
Alright. It does, so. It flies down to the door, and?
Does it look like there's still an enchantment on that side of the door?
I don't know that your owl can sense this, but yeah, there's an enchantment on the door itself.
Okay, I'm gonna send my owl back.
What is your owl's passive perception again?
13.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm just gonna summon the owl back to my shoulder and tell him to go get Summerlad.
Summerlad is with you, right behind you.
Oh, you scared me.
I am a being.
Can you get rid of the magic on this door?
I can certainly try.
Are you gonna cast Identify Magic?
Dispel magic.
Dispel Magic. Okay. So, Summerlad, you go ahead and cast Dispel Magic, right? On the door?
Yes.
Okay. You quickly gather yourself, make the cast the spell, and both you and Draken do feel that the whatever arcane aura was permeating this door, it suddenly it fades away and vanishes completely.
I open the door.
All right, the doors they
Are we
open.
sure we should be doing this?
I'm trying to figure something out, too.
This is just for information. We're not taking anything.
Yeah.
What's up?
Alright, well, if the door is open, I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, I'm going up the stairs.
You are on the door to the inside of the tower already, so there's no stairs to go through. But anyway, you open the door. The door is open outward, so towards you guys, and now you are able all to see the inside of the room, and I believe everyone's by the door, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Flint, you immediately notice there's a very fine tripwire on the other side of the door, by the threshold.
We'll quickly hold up my arm and anyone else going through.
Okay.
Mr. Trapman?
Yeah, can I tell?
Looking at the tripwire, you see that it's easy enough to just walk over it instead of tripping it.
Just walk over it.
Okay. On the inside, as you look over to the tripwire, you can see that there is, among the many things tossed around in the rooms, you can see that on top of the door itself, there's things. The tripwire seems to be connecting to, sort of like a sconce on the wall. There are several sconces on top of the door. and the
Okay.
tripwires are leading up to them. And you can see that there is something inside the sconces.
Are those little explosive devices, or is this something that Flint wouldn't?
Yes, Flint, you do recognize these to be many explosive devices, and you do see, Draken, that the tripwire seems to be a two-set piece. First, it would pull out the pins of the grenades, and secondly, it would pull the sconces over, so it would spill the contents over on the floor, and whoever entered through this door.
Okay, Does it look like I can cut the wire and disarm the trap completely?
That's what I was going to suggest, because if we can if we can disarm the trap, we'll have ourselves a few more explosive devices.
Easy enough to do. The problem is with pulling the wire instead of just cutting it. There's no tension on it.
Okay.
It's a tension on the wire that would trigger the trap. So yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut the wire.
Okay, easy enough to do. You pull out your dagger, cut the wires, and easily enough you disarm a trap. I'm not even gonna make you roll for that.
Alright, so how many grenades or whatever do we have now?
There's a chance, there's always a chance that if you roll, there are 3 grenades.
Okay.
All of which would have gone off at the same time on whoever entered the room.
Give one each to Dracon, Grath, and Summerlad, because I think I already...
I don't think you want to give Summerlad a grenade.
Why is that?
Because you have to throw it in that deck space.
That's actually a good point.
Give it to Matthias.
Is Matthias with us right now?
He's not with you right now.
Wait.
Actually, he is. Never mind. He is.
I was wandering around there.
Alright, so yeah, if Matthias is with us, I will give the last... Realizing that Summerlad does not know how to throw.
It's not that I don't know, it's just I'm not good at it.
Yeah, same thing.
You're better at
understands the
power
theory.
throwing.
He understands the theory of throwing. He's not so good at the practice of throwing.
Pretty much.
Anyway,
with your keen eyes, Flint, thankfully you can see in the dark, otherwise you would have missed this tripwire completely, because it blends so very well in the dark, and also you would have missed this very big note in the table that seems to be addressed to you.
Oh, well, there's a big old note on the table that has my name on it.
It just seems to say that it seems to be a message left by the Queen that says that it pretty much says like you're next.
Always so eloquent. Alright.
It's clearly a threat.
There's nothing else in the room, no sign of anything, it's just...
Well, there's a lot of tossed things around, like some arcane components, some spent spell scrolls, and some letters and other things that apparently Alistair was working on before. Aside from all that, there's also the bed that you imagine is where Alistair sleeps, or would have slept until very recently. And to the side there's a trunk, a chest pretty much, of belongings, you imagine.
Alright, I guess we're all done here.
I'm gonna look at the chest.
Of course you are.
That's a little too much, don't you think?
Look,
no.
Touch, because we're not taking any of her stuff.
Draken.
I'm gonna look.
Just by looking at the chest, you get the same feel that you got from the door. There's an arcane aura about this object.
Another one?
Yes, another one.
This time I'm gonna cast Identify on it.
Okay. So you do cast Identify, and you do get the sense that the lead of the chest itself, the lid seems to be enchanted with the alarm spell.
Oh, it's just alarm?
Yes,
I'm gonna open it.
It seems like a permanent version of the alarm spells, but the rest of the trunk itself seems to be enchanted with something else.
Do I know what it is?
You would have to identify again.
I'll identify the remaining.
Okay. The trunk itself, not just the lid, but the trunk now, seems to have been enchanted with mass suggestion. Or just suggestion, one or the other. Suggestion regardless. It seems that whoever opened this chest would have been put to the test and be compelled to do something if they opened up this chest.
Summer lad, do you have another dispel handy?
Open it anyway.
No,
Open it
because
anyway.
I used everything that I.
You don't have a level 4
wait,
slot?
I do. I do.
So we're gonna rifle through her personal shit now?
There's
Yeah, that I was
something.
going to say. I don't want to open that because I don't want to go through personal stuff.
If I'm gonna find out anything about these people, let's put it this way, I'm fulfilling something from Mr. Lucy. I need to figure out something. So either I open this chest and we're all affected something by a trap that's gonna go off, or you can dispel it.
You know you have a problem with dealing with woman's business because, man, you suck
I pull
at
Summer
it.
Lad close and get him ready. It's like, dispel it, or I'm gonna open it and we're both gonna be affected.
If you keep that up, you will regret it. Okay, I will use Dispel Magic.
Okay. Summerlid, are you dispelling the alarm effect or the suggestion effect?
Gesture, I would have told them.
Why not both?
I don't know that you can do both.
I have spells enough slots for it.
Don't worry about the alarm. The alarm spell, it doesn't matter. It's the second spell that's the issue.
Well, up to you.
Don't call the guard if there's an alarm going off. Don't worry.
Everybody's just sitting outside waiting. All of a sudden, the top of the tower just bright lights flashing. Wee woo wee.
That's not how alarm works.
It's still loud. It'll catch their attention. It'll make everything just go.
Alarm doesn't make a sound. It just alerts the person who cast it to something going on.
Does Flint know this?
Nobody knows this, just Draco knows it.
So I'm double checking the alarm spell to double check.
So Summerlad, are you dispelling both them?
Just the suggestion then, right?
Okay. So Summerlad, you cast you focus on the chest and you start to cast dispel magic on the suggestion. Just like our friendly Coon would say, for shits and giggles, go ahead and roll me a
I just want to point out that if he's casting at level 4, it cancels out all level 4 spells.
Cool. Go ahead and make me an intelligence roll, Summerlad.
Intelligence?
Okay.
Mass suggestion. This is to dispel, it's a wisdom for him.
I ask for an intelligence check.
Okay.
Whoops.
10. Summerlad, you are able to tell them as you go ahead and dispel the suggestion, you get a very small glimpse of what would have been suggested to whoever triggered this trap. Apparently, it would have been The suggestion would have been to whoever is near this open chest to go to the authorities and report a crime that they themselves tried to break into someone else's property. Seems to be what the suggestion was about. And you get a sense of that is what it would have been once you dispel it. And lo and behold, it is dispelled. Congratulations. You can pilfer things now.
Okay. Now that I know it's dispelled, I'm gonna open the chest.
Okay. Draken, as you open the chest, you do feel that the alarm spell goes off. Because the arcane aura near the chest gets dispelled. Not dispelled, but it gets triggered and the arcane energy vanishes. And as you open the chest, you do see that there are lots of personal effects of Alistair. There seems to be clothes, there seems to be some arcane scrolls rather. There seems to be a handful of potions as well. Some mementos as well. Some little trinkets, knickknacks, odds and ends. Nothing of substance, really.
You satisfied now?
Do I see any journals or anything?
Not really. The journal would have been on the desk, but judging from the state of the desk, whatever was there that wasn't important has already been taken. That was important, rather.
Isn't Wizard Lady going to be mad at us now that chess?
As long as nothing is out of place, I think she would understand. So I think now that there's nothing there that we want, why don't we close the lid, leave everything is, and get the fuck out?
Okay, I'm just gonna check for any documents that talk about the tower's construction. Just last thing.
Okay, Draken, go ahead and give him an investigation check. $14, alright.
Should have been close. Should be an 18.
Should have been, isn't it?
Looking around, you do find just some general documents detailing the purpose of the towers. That there should be an arcanist in every city, as was dictated by Branislav, and was agreed upon by the students of arcane knowledge. They have a name, but I don't have it here. Ah, there you go. The Lushfoglaim Diomhaya is to have an arcane tower in every city, and that there should always be someone who can protect the city and the realm from any sort of arcane attacks. And they were ordered to be built in every city as possible by Branislav, and everyone has not only been building their own towers but furnishing it to their own specifications and trying to get some deals going on with the locals who run the city to get these towers built. As is the matter with the city of Mouse Marsh, as it's a very swampy area, the tower currently and constantly needs a lot of enchantments cast on it, so it stays upright in this very swampy and very bad to build area. But despite that, the amount of research that they can do in Mouse March is very good. And Alistair, she just signs at the very bottom of the architectural plan for the whole place, saying that it was the only suitable place I could find within the city. Other than that, you do find the blueprints for the tower. So there you go. You do find out that there is an underground to this tower.
There's a basement.
There is a basement.
Are we gonna go rooting around down there now?
Before I head to the basement, I just want to look through telescope. Is it looking at the sky or is it looking at a specific place?
The telescope does not seem to be looking at any one specific place. It does seem to be looking northwards-ish, kind of to the west and to the north, to a nearby mountain.
North and west to a mountain.
Yes. Some of you would have heard mention of this tower, but until we bring up this point with anyone else, Draken, go ahead and give me a history check.
$18.
All right, you do know of the Mount South Peak that is somewhat close by after Shongin to the side, and the tower, the telescope seems to be looking towards there in general.
Why would they be looking at that mountain? That telescope is looking at a mountain.
Okay. That seems very important.
I'm gonna go find the basement now.
Want to go to basement? Basement bad.
Draken, you do find the basement, as it happens. To the to this tower. It's sort of hidden. It's hard to get to it per se. You do know that climbing all the way back down to the tower, to the inner garden that has been blasted away, going into the magic shop. There's a door in the back to the north. Going through that door, you know that there's a bookshelf to the side. On the ground floor of the tower that can be pushed aside, which reveals an inner staircase upwards into both levels. And underneath the staircase, you also find that there's a trapdoor that leads into the basement. Speaking of which, also in the battlements in the top floor, there's also a hidden trapdoor that leads to this secret staircase. Regardless, you go to the basement and, to your surprise, it's very empty.
I'm gonna check for any secret passages.
Sure, roll an investigation check.
Sorry, you tell the rogue if there's hidden shit, he's gonna look for it.
Yep. 21. You do find that there is a secret passage in a wall to one of the sides.
Does it look trapped or locked?
It just seems closed and hard to find, but doesn't seem to be trapped nor locked.
I'm gonna open it.
Okay. You do so. You find a long hallway that leads to a very small tower in the end where you can sort of see a ladder.
Weird. Does the ladder go up or down?
It goes up.
I'm gonna climb the ladder.
Okay. Is anyone else following Draken at this point?
Grath is going to follow so that in trouble all alone.
Yeah, be there too.
I'll follow so I can heal him in case he goes bad.
Okay, Matthias, I imagine you're following as well. With the rest of the group.
I'll come too.
You've been outside the whole time.
You're outside, Hanzai.
I am definitely following these crazies.
Okay. Draken, as you climb up the stairs, you do find yourself crammed in a very, very, very small circular tower. It seems like the other towers I have been to, but this one is very, very, very thin.
Okay.
Like thin as in very small and very tight.
Okay.
It seems like you climb up there and there's nowhere else to go, just this one cramped tower.
Why is this space here?
Maybe it's a panic room.
What would you like to do, Draken?
So there's nothing in this small space.
Not that you can see. Just a trapdoor on the floor that opens and closes and leads to this stair that you just climbed up. Should go over there. You said you're gonna?
Just one last investigation check for anything that could be hidden.
Okay, go ahead and investigate the small cramped door place thing.
Space.
12, alright. You find it very odd, but eventually padding along the walls, you do find a small handle on the wall that seems like the sort of pull kind of handle.
Okay, open it.
Okay, you pull on the handle, and it seems like part of the wall seems to sort of unhinging itself and seems to open. And you push aside this portion of the wall that kind of slides almost as if on rails. It slides to the side in a circular motion and opens a passage. And to your surprise, Draken, as you open this passage and to the outside of this room you have been in, you find yourself to be on the ground level in the street. And coming out to the street and seeing the cart and the rest of your party mates just some few feet ahead of you.
Just for escape.
Okay, this is an escape route.
So it might be possible that she's not captured, she just ran away.
It is possible.
It's possible. Unlikely, but possible.
We're gonna rest after this, right?
Yeah, we're gonna go to the inn, because it's, what, midnight now?
I would say, yeah, you have been exploring for quite a while.
Okay. Summer Lad,
Yes?
since this is probably the last thing for the night, do you want to do sending to Alistair?
I can certainly try.
Ask her if she's been captured by the Crane or if she's hiding.
Okay, I'll do that. Captured by Kreen or hiding? Please answer, Somerled.
Okay, Summerlad, you do send that message to Alistair. You have met her personally, so you know what she looks like, and you are able to do this. What spell level are you casting this again?
4.
You're casting it as a 4th level spell.
Yes.
Alright. Summerlad, as you send this message, you feel the connection that you have recently felt today even, as you send other messages to other people. You do feel that Alistair receives the message as well. However, as you are just about waiting to get an answer, you do feel very weird and your head starts to hurt. And you feel a headache starting to pound. Go ahead and make me an intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving throw?
Whoops.
Oh boy. Bunny, I'm gonna steal away one of your homebrew rules that if you roll a natural 1 on a saving throw, you get double damage.
What?
Whoops.
Oh no!
Alright, if we're instituted, I guess that's a rule here now.
Summerland, you see in your mind this sort of alien creature, not really alien because I have seen them before. This Kreen, you do see one of the Kreen. It shows up in your head, inside Once again, it feels like you're in a void. But the screen is everywhere all at once, and it seems to be babbling and talking something, and you can feel the threat in his voice. He seems to be wanting to harm you and hurt you in many ways, and you cannot escape the sensation, and it just hurts like hell. And you, Summerlad, go ahead and take 38 points of psychic damage.
What?
From feedback.
I don't like this. My head hurts. I need to relax.
Summerlad, what's going on?
And the crane, some kind of defense mechanism. I don't know. When I got the message back, I had a very weird image in my head. Now it hurts. It hurts a lot.
So,
I'm gonna take a page from your book and say that I need a drink. Maybe later, but I need to relax. I need to do something.
So, based on what Summerlad just said, do we think we should go after her immediately or handle Sensodyne first? Because I think the Cream learning magic is bad. Like, beyond bad.
Cream could be in her head. That would be bad.
Yeah, that too.
Are the Cream psychic?
No.
Flint, make a history check.
History, I'm definitely not proficient in. I think I have a +1. Yep, I've got +1. That's decent for Flint.
You have heard that the Kreen have always been seeking ways to dominate their allies. The Kreen has always been focused on physical domination. But, you do remember your commissioner telling you once that they might have been trying mind things. You don't remember the details, you weren't very interested in knowing anything, you were just concerned in getting paid, so you didn't really pay much attention to what they said about the mind things with the Kreen, so there you go.
So the Kreen are not psychic, but with all this experimentation and shit they do, I guess it's not outside the realm of possibility. Maybe they're doing something magic. Maybe they actually figured out this mind shit. Oh, this is beyond fact.
Just about as this moment, as all of you guys are outside the tower discussing this, and Summerlad is groaning and holding his head hurt. Graf, you're trying your best to heal him as you can. You are all approached by a guard who just looks at you and spirited and says, "What are you doing? It's too late for you to be loitering around."
We're heading to the inn.
Well,
Our friends just got a massive headache.
Oh, sure thing, the inn's that way. And he points over to the inn that you... I don't remember that you have been here before in this inn.
We have.
Okay, so you do remember the majestic and delicious inn, Mouse Marsh, the Golden Arrows Inn. And he points over to that direction, and he doesn't seem to move. He seems to be waiting for you guys to make your move towards the inn.
Okay.
Thanks. Just help Summerlad over to the inn.
We're gonna get the cart over there.
Alright.
So, can someone sleep with me? 2 nightmares in one day was not good.
Yeah, I think Graf and I can handle that.
Thank you.
Alright.
I up the horse.
So, Bean Squad, you make your way to the Golden Arrows Inn, ready to possibly rent some rooms and stay for the night, and get ready to do something about this new lead that you may or may not have concerning the Cream, concerning the Arcane Academics, concerning Alistair, concerning a lot of things. And concerning the Symphony as well. Everything seems to be connected, and everywhere you go, there seems to be something to do and someone to save. But I believe that this is where we will end it off for today. With Summerlet getting mental damage.
Hey, can we assume we get in the end and have a long rest?
Sure. Easy enough. You all get into the inn and get a long
Yay.
rest. Which is good, because next session you can just pick up from there.
And I'll pay the for the rooms.
Okay.
Just so
Go ahead and deduct some 5 gold pieces for the rooms.
Okay, party funds. Okay. There we go.
And that's it. All of you go ahead, have a long rest, recover, prepare, and decide to... Oh, actually, next time around, you will decide on what to do and where to go, and how you're going to go about chasing your objectives and fulfilling the things you have to do from your to-do list. And this is it for today, everyone. Congratulations, you survived you survived traveling.
I was not expecting this ending.
No one was expecting the intelligence save. Literally, no one was expecting the intelligence save.
I mean...
Well, hey, Doug threw in some stuff.
Why does that sound like the
my
Unearthed Arcana
backstory?
spell?
Freaking A.
Well, hey, Matthias, that's what happens when you leave it vague, and that's why it's so fun.
Oh, tell me about it. I love it. But oh my gosh, talk about plot point. Oh hey, his father worked for them? What?
Plot. Everyone loves it.
Yep.
And hooray, thank Doug.
I'm not the only one who has issues with his father now, apparently.
Everyone...
No, you're still the only one. I just have minor issues.
Ah.
You have minor issues? Oh, come on. We still have both have issues.
I have
My daddy issues are lesser than yours.
I have issues with my whole adoptive family, and I don't know my real family. Is this a contest now?
No, it just shows how much of misfits we are.
This is not a contest because Dracon is trying not to win.
Poor Matthias. But yeah. Thank you guys so very much for joining me today here, playing another session of Settlers of Nolyn. We did some things. We discovered lots of new things, and thank you guys so very much for all the discussion that you have been doing in the Discord. That has given me a lot of ideas. Lots of ideas.
Like Bunny's new
Doug,
saving
have you
throw
heard
rule.
the homebrew rule I like for your intelligence score?
I have not seen that one. I shall take a look at it.
So, basically what it is your intelligence modifier gives you extra proficiencies. So, if you have an intelligence modifier of 0, you get your skill, tool, and language proficiencies as normal. But if you have a positive modifier, you can pick up an extra language, tool, or skill, or give yourself expertise. And if you have a negative modifier, you have to lose a language, tool, or skill.
Ooh.
So if you have a -3 intelligence modifier, you have to lose 3 skills and/or tools and/or languages for a total of 3. But if you have a +3, you can get 3 new skills or tools or languages, or spend a point to give yourself expertise on a skill you already have.
Oh, damn.
I personally like it. I think it makes intelligence an actual decent skill and not a dump stat.
Yes, it does. in D&D 3.5, intelligence worked just like that. The more
That's where the rule comes from, actually. I saw a guy talking about how in previous versions that's what it did. So
Yeah.
maybe we should start trying that with 5th edition, and it's something I've considered.
I like it. It makes a lot of sense because in 3rd edition the idea was that every level you get skill points equal to the amount that you get from your class plus your intelligence modifier, and you had to put those in skills, kind of like here, and those numbers you would add to whenever you're making a skill check.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
So being
Lilith now
so being
has-
smarter was actually meant being smarter.
Yep, and Lilith has 1 intelligence point, so if she got it now, she'd either pick up learning Undercommon to talk with the Senfordine, or expertise in history to get better rolls with it.
Oh, you know it. That would be great.
Dracon would probably pick up a proficiency in persuasion.
It's one of the homebrew rules that I like, along with the critical saves, like what you did. 38 points, ouch, Doug.
Yes.
Will you keep the critical save rule though?
I have been thinking of using that for quite a while, but it never happened. Nobody ever rolled a natural 1 on a saving throw for spells that deal damage. So it never really came up.
Yeah.
So next time I use my Sacred Flame, would that be in play?
I
Sure.
think we'll see.
I would say that it does, because if they roll a natural 1 on their saving throw, I would say that naturally they should get double damage, because it would be conversely of you getting a critical, but you can't crit on something you can't roll.
Wait.
Exactly.
I'll log that
Wait.
section on the wiki.
You took double damage, Sam? 38.
Yes, 38 was double damage of what he would have taken if he failed his saving throw.
So
Man, you rolled a 19 on that damage.
Pretty much, yeah. 4 d8s. Double that. 8 d8s. That's a lot of damage.
Oof.
Well, there you go. Next time you'll be a little bit more careful with prodding in the minds of people who you don't know exactly what's going on with them.
So if I were to try and stun somebody and they roll a 1 on their save,
Nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened because it doesn't do damage. And that has happened already in these spells and abilities where they have to roll saving throw. When they roll a natural 1, but the thing does not deal damage, there's nothing else you can do to the effect. It just happens.
it's standard 15 feet. I would say critical would double that amount.
Maybe we would have to see that, but that's discussion we should leave for the Discord, and that's where we should bring this to. So I'll be seeing you guys over at the Discord, where you can keep talking rules and homebrew and stuff, more theories for the game, and the Wednesday game with that Bad is gonna be running, and you guys will be playing, but not me. And other than that, I hope and wish you all have a wonderful weekend, and I'll be seeing you next time. Goodbye, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you.
We wait for bear noises now.
Bye bye.
And congratulations, you can see a mountain now in the map.
Yep.
Yeah.
Delicious new
You're
mountain.
welcome.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Are we gonna use that intelligence rule?
And for everyone else here on Twitch, thank you so very much for joining up and watching the show, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, come back every Saturday, because we will be playing, probably. And other than that, you can always go to my YouTube channel and check up on replays from previous games and see what you have missed and what these Intrepid Adventurers have been doing in their past. And that should be good. Go and check that out. But other than that, hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and I'll be seeing you guys next time. Bye bye, everyone.